as the attack is concerned with the drone, and yes, we can see smoke is still billowing from some of the tankers in Saudi Arabia. So there is a whole lot of geopolitics that is happening as far as that is concerned. America is saying sadly that this is an Iranian attack, but they're not really categorical about it. So also we can see Trump is really prevaricating on that particular issue as well. I don't know, what is your take on this, Dr. Hassan Khanenji?
Yeah, first of all, that is evidence of the futility of violence when it comes to resolving international issues. We know what has been going on in Yemen in the last 5 or so years. It's killed tens of thousands of people, and it's never able to solve. You can imagine, with all the military hardware that Saudi has in its possession, was actually unable to defend itself against that. And so that just goes to tell us that there is no alternative to diplomacy. Now, number two, there is no direct evidence linking any state, even though they say the extent of the sophistication point to a state actor. But at this stage, I do not think there is any direct evidence actually pointing that Iran is the one that's responsible. And I think until everything has been done and concluded, we cannot run to that conclusion. Now, having said that, I don't think Donald Trump believes in what he's saying, but the trouble is he's already committed himself a lot. He likes chest thumping. We know what happened last time, but I think ultimately the sense is going to prevail, with regard to the Middle East, because you just saw what that attack, what it led to. I think the crude oil, jumped to around $71. Yes, by around $11. So you can imagine what conflict would actually do the global economy, not just for the Middle East and the rest of the world, but also Africa and Kenya here, where since we are a net oil importer. And so that is something that should be dealt with very carefully and very cautiously. And I think it brings us to attention and the vitality of being able to solve the conflict in Yemen, because without that resolution, I think the Middle East will keep burning, and no one is safe. And this just demonstrates that actually no one is safe in the Gulf countries and in the larger Middle East.
Right, and we know also Mike Pompeo is headed now to Saudi Arabia to try and just plumb deep and find out what actually is really happening as far as this attack is concerned. I don't know, what is your take also, Erastus Mwangi, on this?
Perhaps it is coming a little bit, maybe too late, too little.
Yes.
Because they missed the window when Iran was ready and willing to talk. And the conditions that US put were not tenable.
Yes.
And now that window is gone, and of course America has also lost all the allies, because when they abrogated the nuclear deal,
yes, it
means they were going on their own. And so they are isolated. And maybe, to me, it's not so much going to Saudi Arabia, is going to look for evidence, which Hassan has clearly indicated that, well, I don't know whether it's going to help at this stage. I mean, if it's fine, it's because on Sunday, President Trump, tweeted saying that he's loaded.
It's locked and loaded.
Yes, ready to attack perhaps. But at the end of the day, he had to retreat from that position, because to undertake such an attack, he needs allies, and the allies are not with him. And I think that's that's the challenge.
Right, thank you.
That we find out.
Ahmed Hashi.
Well, the Taliban and the Americans are negotiating in Qatar, and the Americans are going to be leaving Afghanistan. American exceptionalism dies in the Middle East every day, because this is one place where they can never solve anything militarily, and a comprehensive peace system for the problems in the Middle East is the surefire way for us to have peace in that region. Well, even though we have oil here in Kenya, we don't have the capacity to refine it, to make it available to our people. So we rely on oil from the Middle East. And if the price of oil goes up and the price of energy goes up, you know what happens to our economy, you know what happens to our recurring debt, and it all goes into problems. So I think that it's madness for another centrifuge and chemicals in Iraq, and now a drone in Saudi Arabia that's attacked the oil. It's all tastes bad in the mouth. And I think the American government needs to understand that the whole world is going to be affected by this if there's a problem that comes in the next week or two. And they ought to find a settlement for the issue of Iran. It was found by Obama. President Trump is playing with fire in the Middle East.
Thank you. Yeah. It's playing with fire in the Middle East. Professor Naomi Damba?
Dubal, beside what my colleagues have contributed, there are several factors that we have to consider. Yes. One, does this serve the best American national interest? And the question, at this point, America is the largest oil producer in the world. They don't need Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Secondly, Saudi Arabia, the killing of Khashoggi,
yes,
and the consequences of that took all the international support out of that country. And thirdly, Iran is almost self-sufficient in producing highly sophisticated weapons. Yes. And at this point, I don't know if Saudi Arabia is able to produce one tank, to fight this war. The American adventure in Iraq went really badly. The quagmire in Syria, very serious consequence of what's going on. Yes. So Iran claw is all over Middle East. They're in Lebanon, they're in Syria, they're everywhere, and Yemen. And this, Yemen is a big thorn of Saudi Arabia that will denigrate it, bring it down if they don't watch it.
All right.
And without American support.
And without American support. Also, we have the Gulf commanders. They're meeting in Kuwait in regard to see how they can be in solidarity to stabilize, the Middle East as well. We shall look into that as well. And the dalliance also for Kuwait and the Americans in trying to, make sure they mollify what is happening in the Middle East as well. I think that also would be a good subject of discussion. I want to welcome also on board Irungu Houghton. Good to see you. You were away in Mombasa last week.
I was away in Mombasa last week. I guess I had too much raha. In fact, I'm late on the show. So I apologize to my panelists and also to the viewers. Good morning.
I was away as well, so they had a treat with Olive last week, and I can see they're very happy. They're saying I shouldn't show up my face today, right? Because
I like your outfit.
Panelists are easily distracted.
They're easily distracted. But it was a big day for you as well yesterday. You were before the parliamentary committee. This is talking about data security. That is cyber security. Yeah. Just fill us in on what really transpired yesterday.
Amnesty and several organizations, including many digital companies like Mozilla and Google, went before the ICT committee at the National Assembly to discuss the data protection bill. This is the bill that was generated by the task force, had lots of public participation last year. And essentially it's a good bill. It's built within the European Union international guidelines, the GDR as they call it. And we were before them for 3 hours yesterday to try and fine-tune the document so that when it does get passed, we do have the protection that will guarantee that our data, not just individual data privacy issues, but really even commercial data and also electoral data. Because if you think about it, not only it's not just about personal data, but it's also about, for example, the vast data that is held by NHIF, for example, on each of us in terms of health issues. To make sure that that is actually held securely and that it is not transmitted or is sold without our consent.
All right, and of course, in light of that, there's the whole issue of identity theft. So many people also in this country affected by that. The topic on Huduma bill, because now they have our data, and we wonder what sort of legislation or framework is there to them be holding our data, and now they're trying to push for the Huduma bill. So the question that people now are asking is the government really coming up with the legislation after they've taken our data? And can this particular bill, if it goes through and enacted as a law, will they, because we know the law cannot be enacted retrogressively, all right, retroactively I should say, So what is your input? I don't know if that was actually also highlighted yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone on record publicly in the public interest really to argue that without a data protection act that is rigorous, that is robust, that is able to protect the vast amount of data that is now available, many things are at stake. And just to give you an example, many mature democracies have had their electoral processes actually undermined purely on the manipulation of data. In the United States of America, Britain, many of these processes, which are essentially democratic processes, have been won or lost on the basis of manipulating personal data without people's consent. So electoral democracies are really at stake at this point. The second, of course, is that in a country where there's high levels of corruption, it is very possible that data becomes the new currency, becomes the new capital that you use to essentially pass what is public information into private hands and have it monetized. And as we spoke yesterday, many, many companies have found themselves actually on the cusp of huge amounts of wealth purely because of the data that they hold. So the big issue at the moment, I think, with the data bill is two things. One is, will the Data Protection Commissioner, there's going to be an office that will essentially protect our data, will that office be independent of the Cabinet Secretary, or will it be part of the Ministry of ICT? And the position we've taken is that it needs to be independent. It would be absurd, for example, to have the Auditor General reporting to the Cabinet Secretary for Finance. So in the same way that you have that principle, why do we not have a principle that this position reports directly to the President and it is accountable to Parliament? It has its own budget, it has its own financial budget line, and this is the first major argument. The second one really relates to what constitutes national security, and this, of course, for standing on guard is an important issue. There is language at the moment that is very vague in the bill that would allow for information to essentially be withheld or essentially passed on to different ministries without notifying the public. And what we've argued is that the national security grounds, which are important, needs to be spelled out very clearly. And actually we've done this before in the Right to Information Act, where it's about 15 different grounds, and they're stipulated very clearly under what circumstances the ministry can essentially withhold information to the public. So these are the two big issues, I think, that we need to watch with this bill. But hopefully by the end of this year, we will have an act in place.
All right, and always saying that...
And just to answer your question more directly, it will it will not retroactive, but it will guide all the data that has been collected by government. So regardless of whether the government has collected the data historically or whether it has taken place after, the Act will be legal grounds for how that data will be stored, managed, and also transmitted or shared.
Don't you think that also is a bone of contention? Because people are raising questions. You have our data, we don't have legislations. You cannot pass a law, then retroactively apply that law.
Yeah. Well,
so people are bound also to, legally challenge it, I think.
Let me invite my panelists also to speak on this.
It depends on which direction the law goes.
Yeah.
If the law goes to empower, because the data that the government holds, it holds in trust for the people, and the data belongs to you. And that if that law establishes that fact, there's nothing wrong. Because then it means what the government is holding is yours and cannot be used without your permission. Because data actually, as Irungu says, has become a new industry.
Yes.
It's going to be the biggest, it's the new oil.
Yes.
And so that trust that the government, that privilege the government has holding the trust in you must be given by the people. And that's why it has to go through Parliament for them to have that capacity to hold it.
All right. Data is a new oil, and of course, we know, looking at the unicorns now, that the people who are leading, especially when it comes to asset value and the capitalization of these companies as well. So we shall be following that as well. So let's see how that really pans out. But for now, let's see what also we have on the dailies. We begin with the Daily Nation. This is what is on the front page of the Daily Nation this morning. Teachers failed the test on grade 3 assessment is a splash this morning. There is pressure. Schools ignore ministry directive as they administer tests. As some children found out yesterday, an exam by any other name would just be as stressful. That is a story that you can follow on page 4 of the Daily Nation this morning. And you can see a standalone picture there. Grade 3 pupils at Rush Academy in Kakamega take their mathematics paper 2, that is paper 2, test under the watchful eyes of 3 teachers yesterday. Also, we have the unflappable smile there of the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, that is Belio Kipsang. He promised children that there will be nothing special about the week since teachers were free to administer the assessment at their own convenience as long as tasks were given to learners. And also, Education Cabinet Secretary George Magoha last week saying the assessment was an examination, but was not an examination, but a determinant of learners' abilities acquired since they were enrolled 2 years ago. Right? That is the main story there. Also, why Mariga debacle raises legal queries. In Ms. Kathy Kilonzo's case against the IBC in 2013, a 3-judge bench ruled that an acknowledgement slip without backing in the principal register was not proof of registration. And this story continues on page 5 of the Daily Nation. Remember also, this was the biggest chunk of debate yesterday on People and Politics about the Kathy Kilonzo's case and the registration of Mariga as well. How is this bound to, of course, pan out? We read all the details on page 5 and we eagerly wait to see what will happen. What the law says, the IBC held that MacDonald Mariga is duly registered as a voter on the basis of an acknowledgement slip. According to the Elections Regulations 2012, an acknowledgement slip is evidence of application for registration and not proof of registration per se. So the story, as I've mentioned, you can follow it on page 5 of the Daily Nation this morning. Also, Cohen, widow rejects state pathologist. Postmortem examination postponed to today after pathologist recused himself from the exercise following an application in court by Misera Wairemo Kamodo. The story continues on page 9 of the Daily Nation this morning. Raila is rocking Jubilee. This is what Ruto is saying. Deputy President accuses ODM leaders wing of causing confusion within Jubilee Party. Urges members to be patient. And this is how the Daily Nation looks this morning. The Standard is up next. This is what is on the front page of the Standard. Joe tops as Kingi Twaha sink in Paul is a splash. I want to just to confirm if this is the Nairobi edition or this is the cost edition or the Nairobi edition. And it seems this is the cost edition. I will show you momentarily what we have on the front page of the Nairobi edition of the Standard. Uhuru Ruto offices in spending sprees. What is a splash on the front page of the Standard? This is hard copy. Foreign trips, tough talk on budget cuts fails to tame the presidency and MPs as cost of trips abroad nearly doubles. New report is showing this. This story continues on page 4 of the Standard this morning. Also, 50 billion shillings to ease counties' cash crunch. Treasury releases the first tranche of funds to devolved units after a 3-month stalemate that had threatened to bring operations to a standstill. The story continues on page 5 of the Standard this morning. Also on top there, 16 counties flagged in examination cheat list. Education Ministry identifies regions whose schools will need extra security and supervision ahead of this year's KCPE and KCSE test based on previous cheating patterns. The story continues on page 8 of the Standard today. Right, let's see what the Star has for us, and this is what is on the front page of the Star this morning. Where is the Star? Let me try and just lift that quickly for you to see what it is holding for us. I'll show you from my laptop, but this is what is on the front page of the People Daily. Right? Ruto blames Jubilee divisions, or is what is on the front page of the People Daily this morning. And also, it continues to say that in an apparent reference to ODM, ODM leader Deputy President blames woes in ruling outfit on referendum champion but vows to remain firm and reunite members. This story continues on page 2 of the People Daily this morning. So you can grab a copy of the People Daily this morning. Well, let me just show you the hard copy of the Star, because I cannot trace my Star here this morning. So I'll show you the hard copy of a Star. Seems to be lost somewhere here. The Star. Well, let me not waste time. That is what we have on the front page of the Star. Kirubi, my fight with cancer. This is what is on the front page of the Star this morning. Get checked. Centum Ball says prayers alone can't heal. Businessman Chris Kirubi lifts the lead on his health after he was diagnosed with cancer. The story continues on page 4 and 5 of the Star this morning. Dr. Chris Kirubi says, think of me as a reminder that cancer can be treated. And of course, he's advancing this debate about you being checked. It's not really a debate, but us actually advising you to be checked earlier, get the screening earlier. It is easier to control it while it is discovered early. And you can read his story inside the Star today. Him is letting it all hang out on page 4 and 5 of the Star this morning. And we wish him, of course, a quick recovery as he's battling cancer as well. This is what is on the front page of the Star this morning. Also, OCS stripped us naked, hid our clothes. This is what suspects are saying here. Find the story here of 2 men who appeared in court half naked yesterday. They accused the Kamukunji OCS of humiliating them, forcing them to strip and then taking away their clothes. They were charged in separate incidents. You can follow the story on page 3 of the Star this morning. Mutua best performing county chief, Waititu worst. That is a story that you can follow on page 10 of today's Star. Also, Sarah Wairimu's lawyers set new conditions for post-mortem. This story continues on page 2 of the Star this morning. I've shown you the People Daily. Let's move on and to see what we have on the front page of the Business Daily. And this is your splash today on the front page of the Business Daily this morning. Kenya Airways suspends CFO in executive fallout. Executive sent on compulsory leave last Friday after deferring on strategy with cash-strapped the national carrier. The Kenya Airways has suspended its chief financial officer in a development that looks set to destabilize the executive suite of the national carrier struggling to recover from years of losses. The story continues on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. Also, top state officials spend 6.4 billion shillings on overseas trips. This is a story that you want to follow there. Spending on government officials' overseas trips nearly doubled in the year to June to 6.4 billion shillings, defying an austerity drive to curb non-essential expenditure. That is a story you can follow on page 4 of the Business Daily. Uhuru signs revenue bill, and this is a picture here. You can see the president signing into law the Division of Revenue Bill 2019. Present also during the signing of the bill, Acting Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukuri Yatani, his devolution counterpart Eugene Wamalwa, National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi, Attorney General Paul Kihara Kariuki, and Treasury PS Julius Muir. The story is tucked away on page 5 of the Business Daily this morning. DCI clears 3 aviation tycoons in 100 billion shillings money laundering claim. The Director of Criminal Investigations has dismissed a complaint by part owner of Bluebird Aviation that his partners have siphoned more than $1 billion from the airline through tax evasion, fraud, and money laundering. The rest of the story continues on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. Also on the ticker this morning, Nairobi ranked top business destination. Nairobi has emerged as second best destination for large companies looking for growth prospects in 2019 after the US, even as business leaders grow less certain about expanding outside their home countries. The story continues on page 5. Today's digit is 60. And these are days that Treasury has to pick a pension tribunal team, according to court order. The story continues on page 2 of the Business Daily. Also, shedding social health burden of enlarged breasts. Mother of 1 tells of struggling with rare condition causing abnormal growth of the glands. You can follow the story on page 12 and 13 of the Business Daily today. Call for greater mobile money connectivity, increasing the level of interoperability among the mobile network operators in Kenya will raise market reach and lower the cost of mobile money. New research shows this. The story continues on page 19 of the Business Daily this morning. Let's cross borders now and head over to Tanzania. But before we do that, I'll be remiss if I don't show you also what is on the front page of Taifa Leo. Magavana wahepa Ruto. That is a story. Baadhi yao wanaogopa kuandamwa kwa kashfa za ufujaji wa fedha na kutolipa ushuru kwa KRA. That is what we have on the front page of Taifa Leo this morning. And huduma shwari za tarajiwa county zikipokea bilioni 50. That is of course after the signing of Division of Revenue bill yesterday. That is a story that you can follow also inside Taifa Leo. All right, what a picture. This is Tabichi ya kutana na Trump. That is the story that we have here. And mshindi wa tuzo ya mwalimu bora duniani Peter Tabichi na rais wa Amerika Donald Trump katika ikulu ya White House, Washington DC jana. Tabichi alitarajiwa kufanya maombi katika bunge la Congress kabla ya kuhutubia baraza kuu la Umoja wa Mataifa New York. Right, kudos to him there with Donald Trump there. A beautiful picture on the front page of Taifa Leo this morning. Let's head over now to Uganda, Tanzania, see what the East African, also maybe the region, see what the Daily Monitor, the Citizen is holding for us. Also the New Times in Rwanda. The meeting to discuss new port strategy is the splash on the front page of the Citizen. And it says this week's stakeholders meeting will come, or comes at a time. He's saying comes. I think there is a typo there. Meeting will come at a time when the government is undertaking a number of initiatives to improve Tanzania's infrastructure and turn the country into a gateway for international trade to landlocked countries across the region. That is what we have on the front page of the Citizen this morning. And that story is tucked away on page 2 of the Citizen this morning. Also, Majaliwa storm sweeps away top district officials is another story that you can follow on page 2. Some officials have been depositing revenue in their personal accounts. This is what Majaliwa is saying. He is the Prime Minister of Tanzania. NMB unveils loan scheme for private health facilities is another story that you can follow also on page 19 of the Citizen in Tanzania. Let's move on and to see what we have on the front page of the Daily Monitor. And this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Daily Monitor. NSSF bill, workers want savings at 45. Workers want individuals with various challenges like unemployment, sickness and school fees to be able to access their savings to solve issues that affect their social being without waiting for retirement. That story continues on page 4 of the Daily Monitor. And there is a standalone picture here. Museveni warns on private sector investments, and we can see President Museveni with former Kenyan Prime Minister Raila Odinga after a high-level inaugural public-private partnerships conference in Kampala yesterday. This story continues on page 6 of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. Also inside LRA's Kony camp in Sudan. The story is tucked on page 7 of the Daily Monitor. Government closes 2 universities. Also, church leader kidnapped, killed. That is tucked on page 8 of the Daily Monitor. How media covered the Buganda riots. Find that story on page 34 of the Daily Monitor this morning. Let's move on and to see what we have on the front page of the New Times in Rwanda. What's behind Rwanda's double-digit growth rate? That is a probing question. Rwanda's economic growth grew by 12.2% from April to June this year, compared to 6.7% in the same period last year, according to the National Institute of Statistics of Rwanda. But what are the reasons behind this, and what are the implications? The story, you have it on page 4 of the Daily Monitor this morning. Also, India's Premier Modi keen to replicate Girinka model. You can follow the story on page 3 of the New Times. And sitting volleyball, Rwanda secure ticket to Tokyo 2020. And you can see here them celebrating. That is what we have on the front page of the New Times this morning. Senate President Bernard Makuza, MP Eugene Mussolini, and coach Mossad Rashad Elaluti. Right, they're extremely happy here. They're joining Rwanda's female sitting volleyball team in celebrations after coming from a set down to win 3-1 against Egypt at Amahoro. That is what we have on the front page of the New Times. So have you grabbed your copy of the East African this week? Maybe I shall show you what it is on the front page of the East African. Equity, KCB buyouts, the rise of 15 billion shillings buying banking giants, flurry of mergers and takeovers fuel race between two of region's biggest lenders buy assets. That is what we have on the front page of the East African this week. Also, Africa Open Borders Reprieve. 32 countries get a 10-year window to scrap import tariffs in Africa Continental Free Trade Area deal, and Somalia Embassy case mystery. It says here that a Kenyan contractor has accused the Somali Embassy in Nairobi of detaining and torturing process server who attempted to deliver court filings from an ongoing suit, further straining frayed diplomatic relations between the two countries. Amos Mutambu claims to have been stopped from leaving the Somali embassy in Nairobi moments after he served the consulate with court papers at the offices of Dennis Pritt Road in Nairobi on September the 2nd. He has made the detention claims in court filings, as well as in protest letter sent on September the 4th to the Kenya Foreign Affairs and International Trade Secretary Monica Juma. The story continues on page 6 of the East African this week. I want to show you just what we have as editorial cartoons this morning, briefly. And this is what that has been drawn by Stano. This is inside the People Daily this morning. Right, told it's not connected, so you want to be able to see that. But make sure you grab a copy of this particular dailies this morning. The Daily Nation, the Standard, the Star, whichever paper that really floats your boat this morning. Right, I just want to also go back to our panelists a bit. It was the International Day on Sunday, and I don't know what was your take about International Day. No, International Day of Democracy, I should say. Not International Day. International Day of Democracy. And of course, we had also a bite from the United Nations Secretary General Guterres talking about that particular day. We'll just play that momentarily if my director Diana has it. But I just want to get your take about democracy and where we are, and if this particular day is very pivotal on where we stand as a world as democracy. Let's just begin with you, Irongo Houghton, briefly.
I think this period will probably be remembered in history as a period where democracy was under threat. And it's not just the tension that we've seen in the UK between so-called popular democracy, a prime minister who feels that he has the popular mandate despite the fact that he's not elected, to proceed to, I guess, carry through Brexit and prorogue the parliament in the process. But it will be other things. It will be issues around hate speech. It will be toxicity around refugees and immigrants. The United States just passed a new law that has actually probably closed the door on the United States as a safe sanctuary for refugees in a manner in which I think it's probably taken that country back several hundreds of years. I have just been invited to travel to the Texas border next month to basically look at this and to see what the implications are for particularly African migrants, but also for Latino migrants coming through to the United States. So I think this would be my first take, is that actually this is not a good time for democracy. I think the model is being threatened. Here in Africa, we are struggling to find a model that accelerates development, accelerates infrastructure, accelerates the right to various, health, education, and water. But at the same time, we are struggling with a model that is democratic, that is open, that is allowing its citizens to be able to craft the future of those countries. And I think this will be what we will remember 10, 20 years from now.
Right, thank you. Let's just play that particular clip so that also you can also actually weigh in from what Guterres said on Sunday.
At heart, democracy is about people. It is built on inclusion, equal treatment and participation, and it is a fundamental building block for peace, sustainable development and human rights. These values and aspirations cannot be seen as tokens or lip service. They must be real in people's lives. Yet, the International Day of Democracy takes place at a time when trust is low, and anxiety is high. People are frustrated by growing inequalities and unsettled by sweeping changes from globalization and technology. They see conflicts going unresolved, a climate emergency going unanswered, injustice going unaddressed, and civic space shrinking. As we mark Democracy Day, I urge all governments to respect the right to active, substantive, and meaningful participation. And I salute all of you who strive tirelessly to make this happen.
All right, that was the International Day of Democracy statement there from the Secretary General of the United Nations. Let's just hear your comment, Dr. Hassan Khaneja.
Dibal, I think the wind of change and the optimism that the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of Cold War inspired across the world has been on steady decline. Democracy is on trial. The increasing populist political parties and leaders who've taken over both the Western world and elsewhere across the globe is actually reducing the confidence and the incentive or even dictators to actually seek power. Now, how possibly can you lecture to China when you're having Donald Trump, for instance, in the White House, or the Prime Minister of Hungary, or elsewhere? It becomes extremely challenging to say or to preach to the world that actually democracy means well and is going to bring in everybody. You have people who are pretty much riding on populist rhetoric of hate, xenophobia, and others, and including on the continent. What things we're seeing in South Africa, those people just didn't wake up. You've had politicians who actually hold those sentiments, and because they're trying to get elected, they try to advance them. And so it's a sad moment for some of us, especially who are inspired a lot by the ideals and ideas of democracy and the Western liberalism. But when these democracies or all the democracies are becoming increasingly illiberal and less tolerant, that raises a lot of questions with regard to the direction we're going. Because including our own current constitution that of course we are clamoring to make certain amendments to make it perfect, it was modeled along some of those democracies which are actually on a decline right now with regard to the way they practice, with regard to the way, civil liberties. You've just seen what's happening in the United States and, the rights of people, the rights of the minorities. It's extremely sad. And so I think it's time for us as a world and even as a country to reflect. Where exactly do we want to go? And perhaps borrow the best aspects that democracy has had to offer over the years and leave out what is emerging to be something that is a big threat to actually a democratic world the way we know it today.
Right. Ambassador Erasmus Mwangi.
Dibal, actually I'm reading a book. It's called Democracy Works. Among the authors of this book is former President Obasanjo. And it has reviewed globally the state of democracy.
Yes.
But also zeroed in on Africa. And makes very, very worrisome statements because democracy is on decline and it has been chipped away for quite some time. In fact, since 9/11, it is the people themselves who have now kind of lost faith in that open society, in freedom, basic freedoms, and given rise to this. Yes. Some of the figures, if you could listen to some of the developments, it says that in this book, the statistics, there is a democracy index that is done by the Freedom House, and they indicate that for instance, in 2018, in 76 countries, there was a decline in democracy. And only in 25 countries that you saw a rise in democracy. And that tells the story. And why is this happening? I think some of the things the Secretary General mentioned there are quite pertinent. He talked about the changing world, the world in which we live, and how it has created this system. For instance, the technology, migration. And you have leaders who have now capitalized on this. Instead of explaining the real causes and the effects of this, they stoke fear in people, and therefore you have now extremist parties, like the right-wing parties that you see in Europe, US and the rest. But we also have leftists, like in the case of South America, where you have all these militants that also go to the other extreme. So democracy is not even on trial, it's on decline, and part of it, the society itself has given it out to these tyrants or dictators.
Right, thank you very much. Amadashi.
Well, Debal, you know, I'm not so sure. I respect my colleagues' view, and I think that there's something to it. I'm not an expert on the Europeans or the Americans, but I'd like to think I'm a bit of an expert about Africa. So my take, Debal, is, first of all, you know, the democracy is a Greek invention.
Yes.
But probably the best describer of it was Abe Lincoln, who said, government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the face of the earth. Now that's a broad outline, but I'm not so sure that Western liberalism or American democracy is so nice and good for us Africans. We need to find our own forms of democratic government that looks at our social, political, and cultural contexts and mold something that's good for us. We don't want to look at Europe or the United States. We want to look at ourselves and say, who are we, where are we, and where we're going. I firmly belong to the camp of Afro-optimists, and starting from South Africa, although we have trouble, if you move across Botswana, move into the landscapes of Namibia, Botswana, up to Zambia, these are democratic governments that have multi-party politics. If you go to Tanzania, we had an election. If you go to Kenya, we had elections, but they were not so good. If you look at Algeria and Tunisia, there are changes there. If you look at Sudan, there are changes there. So on the camp of those who are fighting and trying to implement democratic government across this continent, if you look 20 years or 30 years ago, the country was awash with dictatorships. It's not so much like that anymore. In Angola the other day we had a transition. In Mozambique we had a transition. In Namibia we had a transition. If you look at the Maghreb, there are transitions happening there. Tunisia is having an election today. It used to be ruled by a strongman. I have reason to hope. I have reason to hope for this continent because I don't think that the past is going to come back to haunt us, but I take the view of my learned friends here that we have to protect the little precious movements that we have. And at the end of the day, I've always said we'll never eat this democracy. It's not going to be breakfast, lunch, or dinner. If this democracy does not give us a gross domestic product, good GNP, doesn't put food on the table, going to the ballot box and just electing people is not going to make us better. Democracy and development have to go together so that we can defeat the ideas of authoritarianism and developmentalism in Africa, because that's not the way for us to go. Abe Lincoln's government of the people, by the people, and for the people is the way for me.
Right, it's a way for you. But also, I was in a forum where organized by Conrad, that is Adenauer Stiftung, on democracy. And the issue of democracy being a mirage also came to the fore. That as much as we try, you know, to follow and achieve democracy, the much elusive it seems to be, you know, eluding us as well. So is democracy a mirage, Professor Noami Damba? Or is that a philosophical question?
Well, whichever context you take it. I am an optimist. I think we're driving, and agree with my friend Hashi here. Every word you say, I agree with. The democracy is an ideal. It is a perfect state. It is a place where people will have a say on their life, on their choice, and whatever they want to do. Government of the people, for the people, by the people. Now, democracy, from the definition from Jefferson to Barack Obama to Abe Lincoln to to African leaders is a journey, and it's a long, tireless journey. And there is no one single state, one single country that has reached there. But we are all desired to reach there. And therefore, what I have concluded, Bal, after reading and experimenting and looking at the whole world, is that you cannot achieve democracy without education. The education is a fundamental base where people are able to manage their environment, they're able to discover new things and able to change new things, and they change the course of action and direction that the country is taking. I was in Rwanda last week. Rwanda is doing some things that are exceptional in Africa.
Yes.
There are no corruption evidence. People are disciplined. There are no drunk people on the street. They focus on digital economy. There is enabling environment for business environment. And their life is getting better, people can tell you. Now, what is that? It is democracy, but it's sort of controlled democracy. And if that controlled democracy is...
is there anything like controlled democracy?
Well, that's what is happening in Rwanda. That's exactly...
The control and democracy, they seem to be mutually exclusive.
Well, so that's the debate.
What Professor Bidambas doesn't want to say, and I'll say it for him because he's my senior, is that there is an authoritarian government in Rwanda. It's just a fact of life.
It's a controlled democracy.
Controlled democracy. People have food, and you can walk on the street late at night without anybody.
Unless you're part of the opposition, in which case you can't. I mean, it's a bit like Tanzania, which, you know, at one level, we praise the anti-corruption work that's happening. But if you're a journalist, you're part of an extinct, you're almost an extinct species. No?
Yeah, so I know that Irungu will take a very strong point, but Irungu is going for idealist. All of us. Idealist. Where is it? Where is that idealist?
You see, just before he finishes, or before the rest can, I just want to say something. You see, we have a bit of confusion about two things. About how we're going to put 3 meals on the table, or how we're going to elect our leaders. So there's this theory and this understanding that we need to have fix the problems of infrastructure, the economy.
Yes.
We need to fix the jobs. We need to alleviate poverty. We need to have medical systems. We need to, these things that we need to do. And the best way to do that is to have a CEO. That's why nowadays, Debal, you hear people calling a president of a republic a chief executive officer. The nomenclature and the syntax and the lingua franca is about the corporate world. So that's been taken and put into government. There's even a new word. It's called governance. They call me a governance specialist here. It's government. It's not governance. It's a government. It's got a different way of doing things. But we know that the private, the market has got a way of disciplining how government does its things. And, in a way, this is what a lot of the debate in Africa is all about. We have countries in the Equatorial Guinea and Gabon which are very wealthy, but are authoritarian and are not doing the developmental needs that I need. We have Rwanda that is doing the developmental needs, but every day is at pains to explain its political system. Not only is it at pains, it just says that, our system is the best. We don't want anyone telling us what to do. And of course, who are we to tell them? But, we share an experience with Rwanda. 100 years ago, my grandfather used to walk there to go and buy cattle, bring it back to Nairobi. That's when we had a real East Africa. Now we have, these countries like Rwanda and Burundi. In what way does Rwanda and Burundi make sense as countries? And DRC, that's next door. These countries, Debal, are fiction and imagination of the European mind. if we are going to become East Africans, we are going to have to rise so that between the people who are between the ages of 18 and 30, who are 80 to 90% of the population in Africa now, don't have to trek through the Mediterranean and sink to the bottom because they don't have jobs and hope. So there has to be a new generation that emerges from the African continent that talks about hope and jobs.
Right.
About,
let's just wind up with Erastus Moincha on that, then we continue the stories of the day. And let's, yeah?
Yes, I'm a little, I must say, perhaps to use a strong word, that confused by my esteemed colleagues here, because they seem to be double speaking in a way. I mean, we hardly disagree, but today I think it's healthy.
It's healthy.
That we are, you know,
There's democracy.
part of our human nature is always to strive towards the best. And you define democracy as an ideal that we should go to. And that ideal must then have benchmarks that help us to reach to that. Because if we are defining democracy, as Guterres said there, that it's about people. And the very definition of democracy is, in fact, the Greek word comes from the people themselves, who decide which government they have. You can have a choice to remove that government and retain it, and that you can have a free and fair election, and that you can have representation by government. Of course, I mean, where I'm taking a different direction is when you mix democracy with development. You know, there was a World Bank study which looked at the Asian countries when there was this miracle, when they called the tiger states. They were growing, yet they were a kind of dictatorships.
Yes.
And the people then were asking themselves, does democracy necessarily lead to development? Not necessarily. But here is the nexus. You must have democracy and development coexisting.
Yes.
You miss one, you will always lose the other. And so this is the confusion that I thought we should remove. Because if you mix that, there is now a new word that has been coined, which is called developmental state. And this, I think, what they're describing.
Yes.
That yes, you can have a dictatorship so long as you are growing, that you are attacking, corruption, but you take away basic freedoms. You have sham elections. And so that is, to me, the fine difference that I want to bring, other than agreeing with them. That yes, democracy is an ideal, we strive them, but there are benchmarks that help us towards. Whereas democracy does not guarantee that you can elect a good leader, but it provides you an opportunity to remove them next time around.
Thank you. All right. I think it would only be fair then to hear from Dr. Hassan Kaneja Nirungu. Then we wind up on that, take a break, then we go back to international stories. A lot is happening around. So let's hear from you, because we're only remaining with 6 minutes, right?
Oh, yeah, before the break. Democracy is an idea, and it's a process. It has taken more than 200 years for the United States to get to where it is.
Yes.
Despite lots of misgivings. And of course, we know that at the beginning, I think it was only meant for property white men.
Yes.
Because even poor white men in the United States who didn't have property didn't have a chance to vote. And women couldn't vote. And of course, black people were counted as a third of a human being at the time. And until the 20s, of course, that is when we know women start voting in the United States. And then much later, expanding that suffrage to people of color. So we know it's a process, and we know it's going to always go through certain bumps. You know, however, it's important when to point out certain things when they're not going right. You know, we can't aspire for this ideal when we're trying to drive in the opposite direction, because then we'll never get there. We'll never get there. And yes, there has been some progress, but there is scientific evidence to show we've actually been retrogressing in certain areas. Like a lot more countries seems to be declining as opposed to those which are growing, you know, and that is science. I just tend to have bias towards science in establishing facts and truth. And so, because of what is happening, it becomes less of an incentive for some countries to actually even move that direction. Now, for those people who are already living in, let's say, authoritarian regimes, it gives justification for these regimes to crack down on them because of what they see happening elsewhere. And for them to use propaganda, say, look, those who are advocating for democracy, look at what is happening here, look at what is happening there. And we know that some activists and activists and journalists in certain countries, because of what is happening, especially in the Western world, that decline, they're actually suffering extensively. And there is no one to speak for them, because even some leading powers that don't seem to believe in some of those principles, they cannot be able to come to their defense. How do you expect those countries to democratize? If this was the scenario, for instance, in the older leading democracies in the West, I don't even think Kenya would have gotten to where it is today, you know. But because it was different, and we looked up, and I agree, we need to domesticate our own democracy that speaks to our own peculiarities as a continent. But at the same time, there's certain fundamental principles that we must adhere to.
Thank you. Right, Irungu Hilton, we wind up with you.
So I'll try and be quick, because I think we've covered a lot of ground already. I mean, the first thing I think to say is that, you know, democracy is not an ideal. It's actually a commitment that governments enter into. And for Africa, the African Charter for Democracy and Elections and Governance, I think, is probably the starting point for any conversation about the practice of a government. I think the second thing we have to be, so, you know, English is an interesting language, because you can coin all kinds of things to say different things. We have words like illiberal democracy. Right? Complete nonsense.
Yes.
It's in fact oxymoron, if I can use another interesting English word. The second one is authoritarian developmentalism. Right? Like development and authoritarianism can be the same thing. Complete confusion. So I think the first thing to do is to go back to what are the international standards, what are the Pan-African standards, what are the national standards for democracy and governance. And then I guess the second thing for me is really, we have to be very careful, I think, in this period, because we have, as we saw, for example, with the recent passing away of Robert Mugabe, and I don't know if we discussed this last week, but, you know, the discomfort and the difficulty of managing his legacy. You know, on one hand, somebody who clearly is a freedom fighter, but on the other hand, the last part of his life was everything but freedom fighting. In fact, it was closing down freedoms for his society. And of course, the transition has been traumatic for that country. So statecraft is complex, but I think we need to keep some principles around which the compass of our leaders are captured. Netanyahu has lost his majority. It is possible that he may even resist the idea that he has lost the election. Yes. Trump has already indicated that he may not step down after his 2 terms, right? And imagine how far away this is. We've already got the indication. Boris Johnson has again, despite the fact that he was unelected, has basically prorogued the assembly of elected representatives, right? So I think we have to be really careful. But the other thing about this, I think, is we can be confident that they have been leaders in the past that are democratic and developmental minded. You know, just to give you examples, you know, Angela Merkel, who's still with us, Obama. I was just thinking, I was trying to write a list so that we don't get too depressed this morning, you know. You know, Joaquim Chissano. I think some Kenyans are even beginning to say, as critical as they were of Emilio Kibaki, that actually that period of Kibaki's leadership was a good period for the country. You know, this is controversial, but I think we need to be clear which leaders will go down in history as essentially expanding freedoms or closing them down. And then the last one is this one. In the 1970s, if you talk to a prison commissioner here in Kenya, they would probably argue that it doesn't matter whether people have a voice. It doesn't matter whether prisoners have a voice or they have the right free movement. As long as they were being fed, they had pillows, they had beds, this is fine. And I don't think that prison argument sustains itself even in a prison today in Kenya. The reforms have taken us beyond that. Why would we take this to countries in our region?
Yes. Good question. Good question. And I can see also, as we're winding up, Omondi Okwani is saying democracy was hated by political philosophers such as Plato, Aristotle, and Tullius Cicero as the worst form of government. If the populist demos are apolitical and myopic, then democracy is the worst form of government. And also, Winston Churchill alluded to this as well, right? And we have also Job Pandit saying true. However, the statement about lost faith in open society is debatable. This is what Job is thinking as well. We take a short break right now. When we come back, we continue with the discussion. And of course, we shall be looking at what is happening in Ethiopia and Sudan politics as well. And also, we shall be looking at what is happening in Saudi Arabia as well on the other side of the break. Don't go away. Much more coming up with our panelists.
business world know about your business, you take care of that when you participate in the Kenya Top 100 Mid-Sized Companies Survey and stand to benefit from an industry benchmarking report, opportunities to network with peers and recognition for innovation, corporate, social responsibility and sustainable environment practices. The Business Daily and KPMG recognizes the top 100 mid-sized companies every year for their achievements in business, allowing many to take their seat among the great. Participate today.
Is conscious now.
You know what to do.
Yes, ma'am.
I overheard your conversation earlier. Salvador killed someone again. I heard her talking to someone on the phone. And I saw Anna getting killed.
Don't test my limits, Samantha.
Let go of me! Anna? Every Thursday evening, it's Lit 360.
I don't see you from, everybody's having the time of their life.
Here at Lit 360, we put the pop in pop culture, and to live up to that hype, take a look at this.
See them never come back again now. All the pretty girl let you wine now. See that steak, you give you banana. Smile on, say oh nana. With that body shiny tangana. Leave me alone. If you can keep up with the Jones, I'd rather climb Bali, don't be coming to my zone.
That sunshine is shine. Take a step, you're the best, and you know you're gonna bust out.
Is this a Nigerian dish that we're cooking?
No, well, this is not a Nigerian dish. This is an NKO's dish. I taught myself how to cook.
As always, you know we are bringing the heat by bringing you the best in fashion, food, music, and of course some fun. This is Lit 360, and it's about to go down.
Wewe ni mbaya, umenidanganya. Wewe ni mbaya, umenidanganya. Bonukanisheka, bonukanicheza.
From the heart of Nairobi.
Copa boy, who called me burner last night. What have we done to get your love?
To the waters of Lake Nakuru.
Give you all I got, but it's not enough for you.
Sasa mwanaume akipigionga na mpango wa kando, sijui utoto inatokanga wapi. Alikuwa ametulia vizuri, simu inapigwa naitoa. Unasikia? Recho. Halo Recho. Kata nikupigie.
Umeweka alarm ya saa 11 5 in the morning, unatoka job 5, unalala saa 5 usiku. Are we 5 in this relationship?
There is Sir Alex Ferguson, Sir Charles Njonjo, name any other sir that you know. Hiyo hukusoma?
Aye.
Samosa.
Right, welcome back. You're watching Standing on Guard here on AM Live, where we keep an eye on the enemy. Now, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed pleaded for patience during a visit on Sunday to leaders of the latest ethnic group pushing to form a breakaway region. The bid by the Kaficho ethnic group to form a new federal state risks further destabilizing Ethiopia's diverse southern region, which just 2 months ago was rocked by violence stemming from a similar campaign by the Sidama ethnic group. Ethiopia is currently partitioned into 9 semi-autonomous regions. The constitution requires the government to organize a referendum for any ethnic group that wants to form a new entity. At least 11 groups have submitted such bids in the south, and Abiy is at pains to prevent further tensions ahead of elections next year. Officials in Kaffa passed a resolution in favor of breaking away last November, claiming they have been deprived of resources allocated by the federal government. A crowd numbering in the thousands chanted the Prime Minister's name as he arrived wearing sunglasses and a white coat bearing the traditional Kaficho colors of red, green and blue. Abiy vowed to address concerns about lack of development and asked the crowd to join him in building, quote-unquote, a great Ethiopia. But while Abiy spoke of national unity, local officials talked up the history of the local Kaffa kingdom, which ruled from the 14th century until the late 19th century. Abiy's administration has been faulted for its handling of the campaign to form a new region in the Sidama zone. In that case, the government failed to organize a referendum on time. In July, tensions spilled over into violent clashes between activists and security forces that killed at least 18 people.
The answer will be answered. The question will be answered. That's our belief. After a few months or after a few years, the question will be answered by our Prime Minister.
Let's move on to see what is happening also in Tunisia. Officials' roles in Tunisia's presidential election were expected on Tuesday to confirm a duel in second round between law professor Kais Said and imprisoned media mogul Nabil Karoui. With almost 90% of ballots counted, Said was set to advance to the next round with 18.8% of the vote ahead of Karoui, who had 15.7%, according to the Electoral Commission, ISEIE. Depending on if any appeals are launched, the second round could be organized for October the 6th, the same day as legislative elections, or on October the 13th, according to Electoral Commission. The two candidates, though very different, have drawn on the same anti-system sentiment among the electorate, spurred by exasperation with the status quo. Unemployment plagues about 15% of the population, especially young graduates, while inflation eats away at already low incomes. Karoui's arrest in the run-up to the election cemented his status as an outsider, despite being a long-time key supporter of President Beji Caid Essebsi, whose death on July the 25th brought forward the polls. Said, a fiercely independent academic, advocates a radical decentralization of power with local democracy and the ability to remove elected officials from office during their mandates. And French Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian has said that France will press to drop Sudan from U.S. blacklist of state sponsors of terrorism and to support efforts to reintegrate the country into the international community. Le Drian was in Khartoum for a one-day visit, the first such trip to Sudan by France's top diplomat in more than a decade. His visit comes at a time the Northeast African country transitions to civilian rule after decades of authoritarianism, decades of U.S. blacklisting, along with the trade embargo imposed on Sudan in 1997, has kept overseas investors away from the country, in turn isolating it from the global economy. Sudan's worsening economic situation was the key trigger for nationwide protests that finally led to the ouster of longtime ruler Omar al-Bashir in April. Washington lifted the sanctions in October 2017 but kept Sudan in the terrorism list along with North Korea, Iran and Syria. Washington's measures were imposed for Khartoum's alleged support for Islamist militant group Al-Qaeda founder, that is Osama bin Laden, who resided in Sudan between 1992 and 1996. Legend said the pivotal role played by Sudan's army in the uprising against Bashir would help in removing Sudan from the U.S. blacklist. Donald Trump has said the U.S. is locked and loaded and ready to respond to attacks on a petroleum processing facility in Saudi Arabia, as U.S. officials said the evidence pointed to Iranian involvement. The U.S. president did not mention Iran, but wrote on Twitter that he had reason to believe that, quote-unquote, we know the culprits behind the series of attacks on the Abqaiq facility, which is the world's largest petroleum processing plant. The attacks disrupted more than half of the kingdom's oil output and will affect global supplies. Trump tweeted, "We are locked and loaded depending on verification, but we are waiting to hear from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as to who they believe was the cause of this attack and under what terms we will proceed." It is the first time the president has hinted at a potential American military response. As tensions rose in the Gulf, Iran's semi-official news agency, that is ISNA, reported that Iran's Revolutionary Guards had seized a vessel for allegedly smuggling 250,000 liters of diesel fuel to the United Arab Emirates.
Who did this? We're dealing with Saudi Arabia, we're dealing with the Crown Prince and so many other of your neighbors, and we're all talking about it together. We'll see what happens. We're also talking to Europe, a lot of the countries that we're dealing with, whether it's France, Germany, etc., talking to a lot of different folks, and we're figuring out what they think. But I will tell you, that was a very large attack, and it could be met with an attack many, many times larger very easily by our country. But we're going to find out who definitively did it first.
Can we clarify, Mr. Dann? So you said that you think that Iran is responsible for the attack. Do you think...
I didn't say that. Why do you say that? I said that we think we know who it was, but I didn't say anybody. But certainly it would look to most like it was Iran, but I did not say it the way you said. Go ahead.
Do you think it was...
Secretary will be going over to Saudi Arabia at some point to discuss what they feel. They're going to make a statement fairly soon. But they also know something that most people don't know as to where it came from, who did it. And we'll be able to find that out, figure that out very quickly. We pretty much already know.
As Trump was saying that, U.S. Central Command Chief General Joseph Votel urged feuding Gulf Arab states to put aside their differences and unite against Iranian efforts to destabilize the region. Votel said it was imperative to enhance and integrate our capabilities for our mutual national security interest and rise above all other aspects. In June 2017, Saudi Arabia and its allies cut all ties with Qatar, demanding that their erstwhile ally cut long-standing ties with the Muslim Brotherhood and take a stronger line with Saudi arch-rival Iran. The rift has proved a strategic headache for Washington, as Qatar provides the main headquarters in the region for CENTCOM, while rival Bahrain is home to the U.S. Fifth Fleet. Kuwait, which along with Washington has led mediation efforts in the crisis, has said it is considering U.S. proposals for a regional alliance to counter Iranian influence. And Gulf Arab Army chiefs, including Qatar's military commander, held a meeting with U.S. Central Command officials for talks on defense cooperation this week, according to a Kuwaiti official, speaking on condition of anonymity as he was asked to brief the press. An official with Kuwait's defense ministry said army commanders of the Gulf states, including boycott hit Qatar, will hold talks in a scheduled meeting of the Gulf Cooperation Council Supreme Military Committee in Kuwait. Now, in June 2017, powerhouses Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, along with Egypt and Bahrain, announced they were ties with Qatar, accusing the Emirates of ties to both Sunni Islamist extremists and Shiite Iran. Qatar denies the allegations. The 15-month Qatar boycott is the worst political crisis to hit the oil-rich Gulf. Kuwait has led mediation efforts in the crisis. The Gulf commanders will also continue meeting representatives of the U.S. Central Command and those of the Egyptian and Jordanian armies today. The meetings, or these particular meetings, come just over a week after Pentagon Chief James Mattis and CENTCOM head General Joseph Votel held talks, as we saw, in the Gulf. Right, we head over now to panelists just also chime in on these stories that we just had, beginning with what is happening in Ethiopia and also the elections in Tunisia as well. Will we have a president, if we have a runoff, that will be also, ruling the country from the prisons as well? Let's just begin with you, Ahmed Hashi.
I want to start with the last part of your news. You could always hear in the Gulf that there are problems and there's confusion, and the Gulf Cooperation countries are having problems.
That is in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, but we could have a standout state of Kuwait, which is acting as a big brother, trying to bring people together, trying to solve the problem with Qatar and the neighbors around there. And I always say, what is the impact for these things in our continent here, Debal? Qatar and Abu Dhabi and all these other Gulf states are complaining about Iranian bullying. But, they do that here in the region. They're involved here in Somalia. And it's a terrible thing that they're doing that. Unlike Kuwait. Kuwait is helping quietly, slowly, Kenya in its development programs. It's neutral in its issues around the region. You can see it's leading the Gulf Cooperation Council back together, which is what it should be done. So I think that the example of the state of Kuwait is very important. As far as our region is concerned, Gulf countries need to get out of this place. They need to stop fighting their proxy wars here in the Horn of Africa, and they need to follow Kuwait's example, where it helps in the economy, it helps with refugees, it helps in developmental aid, and is neutral except when trying to broker and bring people together. And I think that's very critical role that we want to have. And Debal, you know that we have an ambassador here from Kuwait who's doing a great job, Qusay Al Farhan, His Excellency Qusay Al Farhan, and those are the kind of relationships we want with the Gulf countries. We don't want relationships based on the politics of the Middle East. We want relationships based on development, relations of bringing people together, and that's what Abiy Ahmed is doing in Ethiopia. You know that in Sidamo Debal, and that's my point before I give it to our foreign relations guru here. Sidamo Debal is got a lot of groups. It's got a lot of ethnic groups, but they're Cushitic Debal. They look like me. They're tall like me. Some of them look like Midamba here. You know, the principle we have in this region is one Ethiopia. We don't want different Ethiopias. There's only one. Ethiopia is the conscience of Africa's freedom struggle. We will never accept divided Ethiopia. Okay. So we want them to come together.
What does it go sequentially so that we don't just mix up Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia, and we're all over the place? Yes, you've actually chimed in on Saudi Arabia. Yeah. We can actually just continue with the Saudi Arabia, and then we'll discuss, since we've started Saudi Arabia. Here from Dr. Hassan Khanenje.
Yeah. Well, so are we going to talk about Ethiopia again? Oh, that's it.
Let's just continue with Saudi Arabia. I said we shall talk about Ethiopia at the tail end.
Now, they said a potential alliance by some GCC countries to counter Iran. The trouble with this, if your unity is based on your mutual hatred for one person instead of shared values, it never lasts. And it's going to be helpful for these countries to actually find a way of working together and bringing both, for instance, Qatar and Iran in the fold. The trouble is you may choose who your friend is, but as a country you don't choose your neighbors. You're stuck there. You know, Iran is not going to move away. Qatar is not going to move from where it is. And so if you have to label one person an enemy for life, and yet you literally can't operate without that enemy being in your vicinity, it becomes impossible. And you know, one thing we have seen is just the same way the Arab League has almost never, for instance, agreed on anything. You know, the GCC, it was simply a matter of time before they started disagreeing.
Yes.
And even the ones who are working together right now, tomorrow, trust me, they may fall out. You need certain shared, principled, common values to advance things for the good of everybody. Now, the attack on Saudi Arabia, and I did mention this at the beginning, shows the vulnerability that all of us and all countries face. Now, had this war not dragged on for a very long time, perhaps these guys would not have been able to seek advanced technologies to develop those things. And it's not just the Houthis. Hezbollah has now developed a very lethal arsenal. If there were to be another war with Israel, you're going to actually see the consequences. The last war was worse for Israel than it has ever been in terms of the soldiers they lost. And so we need to learn lessons from history, and you know, violence is never a strategy for succeed or for success or for peace within a region or within a country. So today they're attacking oil installations. Tomorrow they're going to attack Mecca. What's going to happen? You know, they may even attack the presidential palace, because
a disaster.
Exactly, it's going to be a disaster. As in, we cannot keep playing with fire now. With as far as the Horn of Africa is concerned, and Kenya, you know, it is important that even as we deal with the countries in the Middle East, we don't let the politics affect us. The trouble is geopolitics tend to have a lot of effect on national development. In Somalia, part of our problem is actually because of the foreign powers that also have an interest in Somalia. And those are things that we need to find a way of actually stopping, or at least, you know, addressing them. Because without discussing that and without having a strategy to approach it, and we get all meshed up into this geopolitics, it's going to be extremely dangerous for the region and for us. Now, on Ethiopia,
we shall come to Ethiopia. Let's hear from Irungi Houghton, Saudi Arabia.
So maybe very quickly, I think what I'm present to really is the danger of unregulated use of drones. I mean, let me just start there, because I think, notwithstanding the complexity of the actors in the region, I think one of the things that we've said many times is that without regulating the use of military drones, you allow for very very protracted wars to be waged without any accountability, and the United States is probably guilty of this as any others. I mean, we've seen no less than 100 drone attacks in Somalia, for example, recently, with a minimum of 15 or so, I think it's 14 civilian deaths. In March, the President of the United States essentially removed any accountability of the CIA from having to report on civilian deaths. And therefore, that has given them free rein to use this technology. Now, my question is, once you give that green light to your own security forces, what capacity do you have to regulate this internationally? And I think what we're seeing now is really that the means of kind of mass violence are being democratized, if we can use a word that we were using before slightly chaotically. Let me just continue to use it that way. Has been now given to other actors, and I think that's one of the lessons from this, that the use of drones and their proliferation of that technology is now in the hands of other actors, not just the United States.
Right, that's his point.
Middle East is caught up in a web of many issues which are unraveling at the same time. You know, there is the Arab Spring, which never happened there, so it's still winter in the Arab Spring. I mean, in the Middle East, there is also the Kiad Sun crisis that has been taking place. There is the Palestinian issue, and to me, all these forces which are at play, and of course now there's economic war, I don't think GCC can manage this crisis because they really be punching above their weight. And of course, as Hassan says, the Arab League is also stymied because of the paralysis on issues like Palestine and all that. So the way out is quite complicated, and now you have these proxy wars. To me, I think, and given all this new technology of fighting war, we are in for a long drawn war. And of course, we are going to see serious effect, particularly on the economy, because that is the region where a lot of ships go through.
Yep.
And secondly, it is also a source of a lot of energy for the rest of the world as we continue to use carbon fuels. So we are in a big quagmire, and I don't think that we have now global leadership that can solve it, because I think the Russians have seen an opportunity to assert their influence, their technology, and the Americans walked out of nuclear deal. So there is no consensus on how to approach that issue. We are in a state of flux.
We're in a flux as it is right now. Okay. Maybe also, let's just get to your introductory remarks on this, then I'll ask the question about the former, now he's the immediate former national security advisor, and his foreign policy to the Middle East as well. Was it really, is it the one which is really causing all this trouble? Was there any clarity? Did he make any discernible difference as far as reconfiguring the foreign policy of the US to the Middle East is concerned? Naomi Damba.
I think that you have to look at, take this thing from a global perspective and ask a question. What is the sense U.S. national interest right now on in the Middle East? And U.S. is now the world producer, the world highest producer of oil itself. It can sustain itself for many years using oil. Then the second question: can the U.S. afford to have another war in the Middle East? And I don't think that is possible. The Congress will not go for it. The allies, Europe, we are not going to go for it. The UK is in a state of turmoil that will not support America right now if they try to attack Iran. Iran was contained. Iran was brought within where an area where you can discuss, where you can verify things through Obama administration. And Trump, with this national security advisor, retreated from that and created absolute chaos. Now, there was a movement to have Saudi Arabia sort of contain Iran movement around close. They say that the question is, Saudi is not reach a state where Iran is. I raised the question: are they able to produce one tank? I know they have acquired significant sophisticated weapon, but can they manage the kind of weaponry they have acquired? Iran is able to produce its own weapon and is able to exploit openness of the Middle East right now. They are in Syria, they are in Yemen, they are in Lebanon. They're coming and surrounding the Saudi Arabia interest, and therefore, what we are looking for at this point is the killing of Khashoggi took everything, took the moral leadership, moral aptitude out of Saudi. Saudi has no ability literally to lead the Arab state. They block Qatar, which is very significant for American command center, and they have continued war going on in that place. That allow Iran to literally walk through. There is a talk of fairly unity between Iraq and Iran, and Iraq is saying that they will not join any war that started by Americans. So Americans basically left alone, and Trump will make statements scary statement, but I don't think it's going to follow through, and I don't think that Congress will back him to do that. That is the state where they are. And this will just blow up, and another thing will come. The point is, what Kanenje brought up, is that the Lebanese, another conflict between Lebanon and Israel, will not go well for Israel. The situation is very, very volatile.
Right. So we have Mattis now, who has resigned as the U.S. Security Advisor, and wanted to see how was his performance, especially in light of what is happening in the Middle East, and how also the foreign policy really affected this. But we need also to pick up on what Naomi Damba has also mentioned. We've had a clip of Donald Trump saying, we are locked, we are locked and loaded, right? And this is sort of saying that we stand at the ready as far as if worse comes to worse, we can actually invade Iran as it is right now because of what they've done to Saudi Arabia. So is it a threat of war? The journalists have pushed him to the wall. They're saying, no, I'm not insinuating that, but if we say we are locked and loaded, what does that mean?
One thing I really actually enjoy about Donald Trump is he makes an excellent stand-up comedian. So, and he keeps giving. So that is great. I think all of you guys here remember the little rocket man,
Yes.
him claiming he has a bigger button, the nuclear button, and he can wipe it off the face of the earth. That is Donald Trump. We kind of used to him saying that. Now, I'm not surprised that General Mattis, would resign. This is the third national security advisor to resign in 3 years. It's extremely difficult to work with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, a lot of times, doesn't listen to professional advice. He acts on instinct. It's almost very, would say, primordial way of actually making decisions and policy. We know he's a little bit averse to certain risks, especially war. In an election year, you remember the campaigns are already on. He's facing not exactly a big threat in turn with the Republican Party, those who are trying to run for president. But at the same time, I doubt that this current Congress will actually approve war. Europe, if there is anything coming from Europeans, including France, they're saying, well, I think you need to get Iran back into the fold. We would avoid all this. So I do not see a major war, for instance, happening. Now, if there's going to be a limited response, for instance, the trouble is right now the Iranians have little to lose. If there's going to be a response, it may interpret that as a complete declaration of war and completely try to wreak havoc. Okay, and then all of us are going to sink. So Mattis, despite his competence and his military service, you can only have so much in terms of having your way with Donald J. Trump. And a lot of military people and professionals, whether from the FBI or from the Pentagon, they've had problems, or even the CIA trying, because you remember the former FBI director, he said, this guy doesn't listen, to people. It doesn't matter what evidence, you have. He acts, again, as I said, on instinct, and I think that's likely to continue. So in terms of assessment, with regard to his real impact on the ground, honestly, we can't tell, because Donald Trump does what Donald Trump wants to do.
So regardless of the advice that actually you'll proffer.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, let's hear lastly from Ahmed Ashi.
Well, Debala, I'm not sure if we've segued away from the American issue, but I'd like to say one thing about that. It's that right now the idea that there's no rational thinking there, I don't think it's correct. I think they know the government has been there for 200 years, and there's a bureaucracy and there's a system. The problem is the wild card at the top and the kind of decisions that he makes. But at the end of the day, the issues in the Middle East are so heavy, so huge, that the military in the United States is not going to want to go to another problem there quickly, because it's not going to be solvable. So I think that we hope for peace in the Middle East.
Right, so peace in the Middle East, but we can see also there is a Gulf Defense Cooperation talks going on.
Yeah.
We've had also from Votel, who is the U.S. Central Command Chief in the Middle East as well. So we wanted just to find out, what is the role of Kuwait as it is? Because now it's saying Kuwait, which along with Washington has led mediation efforts in the crisis that is happening in the Middle East, and has said it is considering U.S. proposals for a regional alliance to counter Iranian influence. So where is the pivotal role of Kuwait in this particular scenario that we're having as we're closing, or we are actually drawing this to a close?
It's an important neutral state in the Gulf. Although its interests lie completely with the Gulf countries and Saudi Arabia, it's also very close to Iran, and someone needs to come up in that Gulf Cooperation Council, a mediator who can bring a regional kind of chill out period, so that people can start talking and then solve the problem in Yemen, solve the problem between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And I think that Kuwait has done a very decent job because it has now come out and said, look, we need to tackle this head on right now here in our area. We cannot only rely on the Americans to do it, we have to help. And I think the Gulf Cooperation Council has to come back, and that will be a multilateral place for them to try and solve their issues with Qatar, with Iran, and I think that's a very strategic role that the state of Kuwait is playing now.
It seems, Ambassador, you're actually not agreeing with Ashi.
But as I said earlier on, that you see, Kuwait can only come under the umbrella of Gulf Cooperation Council. But who are the members of Gulf Cooperation Council? You are talking of Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. Who are outside? You have Iran is outside, Yemen is out, Turkey is out, Israel is not there, Jordan is not there, Lebanon is not there. And all these are stakeholders in what is happening in that region.
So what the choice of having these particular discussions in Kuwait, how...
I mean, to me,
Yes.
it's a public relations exercise.
But it's also, if I could just intervene, it's a neutral state trying to bring
That's
other
true.
states
It's actually
together.
a neutral state But neutral in what sense? Because if you look at, even within the GCC itself, you have disagreement. I mean, Qatar and Saudi Arabia can't see eye to eye. Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. So even if you have to have stakeholders that can talk to each other.
We need to invite the ambassador to the show, Debal, so he can explain these issues to us even better.
Ambassador of Kuwait.
Yes.
But that would be a good,
thing
to tell us how neutral they are in all this
And
scenario.
what's going on in the region,
Yeah, the neutrality of Kuwait in all this. And for them,
I wouldn't
holding this,
say they're
yes.
neutral. I would say they're trying to be impartial.
Impartial.
And there's a difference because they're not exactly neutral, but I think they've been trying to be impartial. And by trying to be impartial, you start earning some confidence. That is what American administrations, for instance, previously tried to do with regard to the Middle East peace process, until then Donald Trump completely went to the other side. Now, Kuwait, has an interesting history. We know what happened to it in 1990, 91, the invasion. Iraq is a majority Shiite country. Bahrain is a majority Shiite country. Syria, of course, majority Sunni country. Now, for it to try and balance, because it's too close, for instance, to Iraq. Right now, Tehran actually has more influence in Iraq than the United States or any other country. And part of it because of that ethnic or sectarian affiliation it has with Iran. 60% of Iraqis are Shiite Muslims. And for Kuwait to recognize that, first of all, it's a pretty small country in terms of population. It's extremely wealthy, but it's pretty small. And so you are caught between these, because if there was to be a fallout, it's actually going to suffer first, compared to these other countries. It's in a very tricky place. But by providing that platform of impartiality, it's acting again as a big brother, to the Middle East, to try to figure things out. Now, we don't know whether it's going to succeed, because if the agenda is to isolate one country, again, as I'm saying, it becomes extremely difficult. Qatar is a central part of the GCC. Okay, so you can't really discuss the unity of the GCC without, for instance, bringing back
Qatar.
Yeah, it becomes impossible. And I think this pride that some of these countries sometimes have has to be checked. They have to look at themselves in the mirror and say, what is best for all of us in the region, but not just what is best for some of us.
Right. Correct. Let's bring it to a close with Noami Damba.
Well, the Gulf states are in a chaotic state right now, without a solid leader. For quite a number of years, Egypt played that role. And then Saudi Arabia was coming up to play the role. But Kuwait is like Kanenji say, it's a small little country with no muscle to organize and bring these people together. I just cannot believe that it can play that pivotal role rather than be, they're not neutral by all means. And so they cannot play a role against the encroachment of Iran right now.
Okay. Right, let's head over now to Ethiopia, and we can see also this new development where Abiy is trying to temper the new push for a breakaway. This is happening. We discussed here, I think, the other time with the, is it the Sidima? Right? Sidama community. Now we have these people also who are gagging for, their own state as well, the Kaficho ethnic group. Let's just begin with you, Hashi, on that.
There are many. There are lots of groups in Sidamo. There are many who are more than maybe the other ones. But essentially, Dabal is it's like Western Kenya. You know, you have one group of people there, and that's what you have one group of people there as well. And I don't think that these things of self-determination, which were in the Ethiopian constitution, the referendums, we cannot have referendums ad infinitum in Ethiopia. I mean, there has to be a constitutional government there. There has to be a party politics, but every Tom, Dick, and Harry can't put his hand up and say we're going to separate. We know what has happened in in the Sudan. South Sudan got independence, and what happened right after that? The little regions want independence. So, we want to manage these nation states. We want to manage them in a way that is a bit democratic and open. We don't want the division. We don't want the fission. We want fusion. We want to trade with Ethiopia. And you know that the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Dabal, is just fresh breath. Nothing like this happened in Ethiopia. People were quiet. The military, the TPLF was stomping their foot on all the regions. Today there is all these expressions, and he's presiding over it. He said, you could speak, you could vote, but let's keep the country together.
Right, so the federal system as it is right now, do you think it can work going forward, even under the leadership of Abiy? Ambassador?
You know, this is a pressure cooker effect now, and
pressure cooker effect?
Yes.
You know, there's a cooling process also in the pressure cooker effect.
And I'm so happy to hear Ashi here use the word democracy now. but you know, Ethiopia is going through a very tricky moment because you have on one hand a constitution that guarantees this freedom of choice and determination, self-determination. So if you are going to live by rule of the law, you have to respect what the constitution says. On the other hand, you have historical issues which have not been addressed. And these are the challenges. When issues that happen and there's no closure, they always will come back to haunt you. And then there is the third issue that they are facing now an election next year. You don't have time to even tweak the constitution so that you can align it to new realities. So the challenge now is, do you go to an election with these formations? There are two forces that are taking place in Ethiopia. You have now what you might call ethnic-based nationalism that is agitative. And then you have the nationalists who feel Ethiopia should remain together and move forward. But these forces have got some issues that they cannot, there is no commonality on some issues. But I think probably the Prime Minister is going to navigate through, because the countries must then, the nationalists, and I agree with him, that the common wood for them to maintain peace and move towards unity and development is better than going separate ways, because it is going to be a challenge. It is also got implications on Kenya, because there are neighbors and very good neighboring. I mean, it's a country with 110 million people, which is also, which has been growing fast. And this is where, when you have a development state, as we talked earlier on, but which has lacked those fine-tuned democracy. This is the pressure cooker effect that I was talking about.
Okay. Right. I think we're done with Ethiopia, unless you want to add something.
Yeah, of course. I didn't make
you did
contributions. The two of us, we have it. Well, Dibal, in state and nation making, whenever you grant rights,
yes,
you must have a very clear system of managing them. Or else you find yourself leading to the rise of proto-nationalist and redentist groups. And I think that is one thing we're seeing in Ethiopia. In fact, while the return of OLF into the fold of the Ethiopian body politic was something that is extremely welcome, there is actually a lot of noise from Oromo circles that they feel the government shortchanged them. The disarmament program doesn't seem to be succeeding, at least according to lots of noises from the Oromo circles. And what we are seeing with regard to demands of certain regions being given the same rights, it's actually a manifestation of some of the internal dynamics that are happening in Ethiopia. Now, Abiy Ahmed needs to manage this transition very clearly. I think he has goodwill, but I think at the same time, he's also a little bit of hostage of some of the previous forces that, of course, are still in control in Ethiopia. And we know that is a process. In fact, the recent assassination that we saw is also a testament to actually some of those dynamics that are happening within Ethiopia. And if this thing is not managed very carefully, we may risk catastrophe actually on the north of our border, which is going to be very dangerous. Now, as a region, as a country, I think we may need to offer, a hand of help in trying to assist them in areas we've been successful, and try to draw in other people to play a role. Ethiopia is a country with 180 million people. Those are too many, and a lot of ethnicities. And of course, the election is coming. There is no sufficient time to make amendments to the constitution, but they will need to put in place a mechanism that goes beyond the Meles structure that he put in place, because it has to speak to the new Ethiopia, not the old Ethiopia.
Yes. Right. You don't hear it?
So I'm not locked and loaded on this story, so I
You're not locked and loaded on the story of Ethiopia.
This is going to be our phrase for the week. I think Kenyans now will just say I'm not locked and loaded in that one. I'm flexible. But if we are going to talk about, we have a minute to talk about Tunisia. I do have a
yes, we're headed to Tunisia right now. So are we likely to see the professor now who is in prison right now? And then there's this whole debate about a runoff, and he will be in prison. If he's likely now to be elected as a president, what scenario will that be? Or now he'll have, the presidential power to
Tunisia
get himself out of.
I think Tunisia is fascinating at the moment, not just for Tunisians, but I think for the rest of us who believe in democracy. You've got three. Let me just break it down very quickly. So you've got a situation where there's 15% unemployment. There is a cost of living that's going up by 30%. You have a government that is increasingly lost the confidence and the trust of the population. So the incumbent, or rather the prime minister, who is also one of the three candidates not being mentioned very much now, is very unlikely to be the next president of Tunisia. You have two candidates. One, as you say, I think his name is Karoui, although that sounds like he's from Kiambu. But and apologies to Tunisians. He's basically in prison, or rather he's in a pre-trial detention facility. He is a mogul. He controls the media houses. He's very wealthy, and for that reason has been very popular, or at least he has face recognition with many, many Tunisians. But he's in prison. The other candidate is a professor, largely conservative professor, but he has been essentially associated with the constitution making. So he's a constitutionalist. He is very popular. He's not necessarily a radical, so he believes in the death penalty. He believes in criminalizing homosexuality. He thinks that men and women who kiss in public should be arraigned under a sexual assault act that they have in place. So he's not necessarily radical progressive, but he is the front runner. And I thought, if you look at these three characters, if you can just do this for a minute, it is very much the challenge of our democracy. Governments who have lost public trust, populists who are implicated in money laundering cases and perhaps cartels of corruption, and then you have the constitutionalist that is also seeking the votes. Now, it'll be interesting to see where this goes.
Okay.
Well, my last comments, I think we're doing because of time. Debar, you know that I speak about Eritrea every show that we have. And today is the first year anniversary of the finance minister there, who was Berhane Abrehe, who has disappeared and I think is in jail. Countless other journalists and other people are just going to jail in that country. It's a kind of medieval politics going on there, and Amnesty International has called for the release of this people in jail, and this panel and this free press in this country and this free media that we have, we're enjoying, also calling for the release of these people, because we've been there, we know what that has cost our country, and Eritrea ought to change. That's my last point.
Right, Ambassador.
I still go back to issue of Tunisia and the statistics that was given by Irungu. If you go to the base, Tunisia is a very developed country. In fact, if you look at GDP, Tunisia is at 3,500. Kenya, we are just around less than 2,000 anyway. And so, and it has been declining for the last 10 years almost. It hasn't been growing. Yet, at 3,000 plus, they had this tragedy. What informed this strategy? A lot of studies that have been done have discovered one thing, and this is what he pointed to. Even if you have growth, if it is not inclusive, you still are at the edge. And what it tells us, you must always carry the entire society with you, and where perhaps some people are being left behind, then you must have safety nets to take care of them. And you remember this crisis started with that young man in the street who set himself on fire, and Tunisia has never recovered.
With the self-immolation. Yes. All right, we just read some of our tweets that we have here as we're winding up. We have Danny Berry saying the rise of Trumpism, the bag of nationalism and general mistrust among nations is a solid indicator that no country has achieved consolidated democracy. He's reading Larry Diamond there, or read Larry Diamond. Africa should create an African democracy that is respects values and history and ambitions. Also, we have Omondi saying that international relations are about perception. The biggest boy on the block, Donald Trump, will always project his interest in the Middle East and in play, or that is Stephen Wald's structural realist in play. Kuwait is a small fish. We have also Mohammed saying that we ran chasing that prosperity to where it went. Now they're chasing us back, fighting and building the narrative that this open society thing doesn't work. What goes around comes around. This is what Mohammed is saying. We have also Nderitu saying, what if it's Saudi Arabia responsible for the attack? We all know they murdered Khashoggi. So what wouldn't they do to heighten the tension between Iran and the rest of the world? That is another angle to it as well. And Moni as well is saying the problem of democracy starts when the majority of your panel projects democracy as the ideal, that human nature is good. They should start from Irungi Houghton's point. It's just another form of government, plus it could be worse. This is what Omondi Okwani is saying. Your closing remarks, Irungu, are also Dr. Hassan Khanenje and Professor Naomi Damba.
So very quickly, one of the stories in the newspapers today is about these two gentlemen, or these two men that have been arraigned in court half naked. And they are concerned about what's happening at Kamkunji police station. We've also received as Amnesty a number of complaints about the police station, and I think if the Inspector General is watching, or the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, or even the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, I think there needs to be a bit of attention to that police station. I mean, there's talks of hundreds of young people being arrested and essentially not being released unless they are bribes. Many of these are petty offences, and the DPP has spoken many times about declassifying petty offences, which are essentially offences related to poverty. But it seems like there's extortion taking place in that part of Nairobi, and it would be important, I think, for some attention to be placed on that.
Right.
My closing shot for today.
And that's the story on the front page of the Star this morning as
That's
well.
right.
Right, let's hear from Hassan Khanenje, your closing remarks.
Lead story, teachers failed the test on grade 3 assessment.
That is the Daily Nation today.
Yes, I don't think teachers failed the test. I think the system actually demonstrated beginning to fail. Now, we are either too smart to try something that most of the world is not doing, naive to think we can get to Mars in a fortnight. Good intentions not always produce good results. And it's very important that we actually use scientific methods for arriving at reality.
Thank you.
And I don't think we've done that.
All right, thank you. Ambassador, your closing remarks, briefly?
Well, no, that's okay.
So you don't want to close? Okay. You want to remain here, Professor Naomi Damba?
I can close for you.
What drums are beginning to sound in Kenya regarding election and everything else? These are extra sideshow. The president must keep his eye directly on stepping out corruption and bringing unity to Kenya. That is the only thing that's going to help with the four-point agenda.
All right, Hamadashi.
Well, you know, Dabao, we just want to thank you so much for coming back. We missed you on the last show, although we had someone different here. But we're now very proud that you're back, and with all due respect to Olive, even though we were praising Olive, all praise is due to Dabao today. Coming back.
I think now I should talk to Olive. It seems Hamadashi is really, besotted, so to speak. But I want to thank you so much, our panelists, for that cogent discussion as well. We shall be also moving on, trying to see what is happening in Saudi Arabia, and of course continue to talk about this also next week as well. But also pivotal is the Veterans Bill, right, that we should discuss. We can see some soldiers also, they're going into depression. The suicide rate among also our soldiers who have retired also is high, and that also will be the topic of discussion next week as well. Thank you very much for your contribution and for your valid company of yours as well. Thank you.
Download the Glovo app today, and when you need anything, order Glovo and we'll deliver it in minutes.
Dann River County Government, under the leadership of His Excellency Major Retired Dr. Baba Gubana, invites you to the first ever cultural extravaganza in Hola on 19th to 21st September under the theme Unity in Cultural Diversity. Uncovering the treasures, it will focus on peace building, conservation, trade, culture. Welcome to Dann River.
Kaunti ya Maliasili. Kosa ukose.
Kama unaniamini na kifunguo ya nyumba mpaka kifunguo ya bedroom yako, kwa nini?
Unajua, if my husband discovers you're the one who cleans my bedroom, atafurahia.
Hapa ni Nairobi, my friend. Ndio nitili ujinga ulikuwa unaniletea Kisii.
But my mama says lying is not good.
Umeacha ule watu wako pale. Mimi ndo nanikujia peke yangu hapa. Wametumwa na makatelo wananifuata kila mahali. Unataka ninywe hizi dread juu ya heartbreak? Unazoana na wewe, si ndio? Ni rahisi kunijua, si ngumu. Just link on my bio.
Unataka kutoshana na wewe? Bulldozer.
Shifira, I am proportional. Your circumference. That's the difference.
Yeah, let's give it a try.
Sasa mwanaume akipigionga na mpango wa kando, sijui utoto inatokanga wapi. Alikuwa ametulia vizuri, simu inapigwa naitoa. Unasikia? Recho. Halo Recho. Kata nikupigie.
Umeweka alarm ya saa 11 5 in the morning, unatoka job 5, unalala saa 5 usiku. Are we 5 in this relationship?
There is Sir Alex Ferguson, Sir Charles Njonjo, name any other sir that you know.
Hiyo hukusoma. Samosa.
In Senegal to find out why so many entrepreneurs are increasingly turning to co-working spaces.
Are you planning to take a loan, or are you servicing one already? The problem is many citizens are becoming prisoners of this system.
And do you have any regrets? Like, would you change anything?
That's how we wanted our ideal magical wedding to look like.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge. NTV, turning on your world.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Living with Us. I'm Sharon Mundia, and today we are at the Windsor Golf Hotel and Country Club, hence the beautiful green, lush background. And today's show is all about golf, but also how golf and business and entrepreneurship and networking come to play together. I have got Kamau Mwangi, who's the CEO of Yen Africa, that's Young Entrepreneurs Network Africa. And you're going to teach me a little bit about golf, a little bit about business and networking, and how the three come together. So Kamau, first I have to say thank you, because any time I don't have to wear heels, which is a lot of times in the show I have to, I'm really happy. And today I have all the excuse to just be, in my sports shoes, ready to learn a few tricks from you. So tell me a little bit about Yen. When did you start Young Entrepreneurs Network Africa?
All right. So thank you very much, Sharon, for being here. Thank you very much for coming to Windsor to experience this.
Yeah.
Yes. So my name is Kamau Mwangi, and how we started Young Entrepreneurs Network is for the need of bringing young entrepreneurs together. Young Africa is about providing the knowledge and the resource and the social capital that young entrepreneurs need to succeed in business. And so we do that through events and programs that are centered around enterprise development.
Okay, so can you give me an example of the programs, for instance?
So let me start with the events. So we have a series of events called Success Story KE, where we get a panel of successful entrepreneurs who've gone through the journey already in entrepreneurship, just to come and share their insights and their lessons with the audience. And then during that time, the audience also gets to network and meet each other, and also just strike some sort of synergy. So that's one of the events, and we've been of late been speaking a lot about blockchain, which is a technology that is people are very curious about.
What is that again?
Blockchain. Blockchain is a technology that is behind Bitcoin and Ethereum. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's one of the series of events.
Yeah.
One of the programs now is this Yen golf program, which is about young entrepreneurs learning how to play golf. And as they do that, they get to forge networks. They get an access to other people who are playing golf, have been playing golf, and through that they get to advance their businesses.
Yeah.
Yes.
So why golf?
Golf is not the only, but I guess the best sport for networking, and it's because of how it comes together. If we're playing together with you, there's a place called a tee box. First of all, if we didn't know each other, then we'll first do an introduction. So Kamau, this is what I do, so that you actually know the person that you're playing with. Sometimes you just sign up to a club, just look for a slot, and then you're paired with someone else, and that someone else could be anyone. So you might get to meet your next client, your next
partner, business partner,
and all that. So that's first of all happens at the tee box, and then once you tee off, once as you start playing, golf is played in 18 holes. So as you're walking down the fairway, you have discussions. Naturally, as you're walking, it gives you that opportunity for you to have lengthy discussions.
Yeah, because how long does it take with an 18?
For an 18 hole, it will take for an amateur An amateur is that person that doesn't know how to play very well.
AKA Sharon Mundia, yes.
Which will take you about 6 hours.
What?
Yes.
What are you doing for 6 hours? That's a long time to be talking to. So I can see how you end up like
exactly.
At some level you're going to have some kind of rapport with that person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so if it's someone who's used to the game, probably around 4 hours to play a whole round of 18.
That's still a long time.
Still a long time.
Yeah. Most sports, most sports are usually like 90 minutes, 60 minutes, so it's interesting. So in my experience, when I think of golf, it's usually older men closer to retirement with a little bit more time on their hands, and again, specifically men. It's interesting that you're trying to appeal to youth to enter this sport. Was that a conscious decision on your end, or has it even been a difficult one to try and convert young people into being open to the sport?
Yeah, I can say it's been very difficult because a lot of interest is now focused on golf, especially from the young people. We know this narrative of the middle class in Kenya is growing, so a lot of people are looking for other things to do apart from just watching football in the weekend or just going out to drink. What more can they be doing? And then golf also used to be a colonial sport. Those wazels that you're talking about that used to play, but that was because some of the golf courses only allowed members to access the course, but that has changed over time. So right now we are at Windsor. We don't have to be members here, but you can come and access, and anyone else can come and access even on any other day without them being members. So such things, the fact that the middle class is growing and guys are looking for other interesting things that have more value than just going out and drinking on the weekend and watching a sport.
Right.
Participating actually in the sport and what opportunities that sport is giving you is what is encouraging us to do this, and we've not had a really big problem getting guys to sign up, and so more guys could be signing up. We want to demystify the sport. We want to make it as more accessible to a lot of people as possible, and the costs having come down, it's more accessible to even guys that are starting out their careers.
So let's talk about costs, because that's also another perhaps dated concept I have when it comes to golf, because I assume it's a very expensive sport as well. I mean, even just if you look around, cars in the car park, it's a certain caliber of people who come here. So when you say it's more accessible, what exactly do you mean? And can you be even specific when it comes to access to golf courses, kits, golf kits and everything?
Golf is not a cheap sport, but it's affordable. The reason why we say it's not a cheap sport is because, unlike any other sport, you need to go to the golf course to play. You can't play golf at your backyard. You can do that with football, you can do that with some other sports, but with golf you actually have to go to the golf course. So going to the golf course, you have to pay something called green fees, and green fees is what you pay for you to access like the course itself, and that varies. Green fees used to be you couldn't even pay green fees back then.
You had to be a member.
You had to be a member.
Which costs like hundreds of thousands of shillings a year.
Yes, it's not too much money, because that in terms of the cost, the membership, it's a one-off cost. So if it's $1 million shillings for membership, it's a one-off cost that guarantees you membership for the rest of your life.
Wow. Are you just saying like 1 million is not?
It's not a lot of money, but if you look at it and the benefits that you get from being a member of a certain club, you have access to the members who have paid the same 1 million. What that means is
you better get your money back and turn it into ROIs. That would be knocking down everyone's door.
Actually,
interesting. So it would be up to 1 million shillings, and there's no green fees, you said?
Yes, not accessible to non-members. But right now, so the options for paying green fees in any club and access the course, and the green fees range from say 3,500, 2,000 days as
per session.
Yeah, per session, per round of 18. You can get to play for even as less as little as 1,000 shillings. So it depends on which course you choose. In terms of the kits also don't come that cheap, but you can access second-hand clubs for you when you're starting for between even 25,000 to 30,000, and that's an investment. If you wanted brand new starter kits, you'll access them for between 45 to 50,000. The other cost that you have to incur is the caddy, the guy who carries your bag, and that will be anything between 1,000 to 2,000 for a whole round of 18. In terms of
coins are adding up now. it does still feel quite exclusive at this point. So I'm curious to know, when it comes to yen, how does it make it a little bit more accessible? How does it work with the members of yen?
Yeah, so how it works is, if you are to do especially the training alone, and you are to be trained by a pro golfer, there are very few pro golfers, teaching pros in Kenya. There are actually only 6 of them. One of them is the one who trains us here.
Wow.
Yeah, so there are some who are teaching and playing, so the ones that are qualified and teaching pros are only just 6 around. And for you to be trained with someone like that, you'll not pay anything less than 50,000 as an individual. What we do is we make it more accessible and more affordable by training the guys in a group.
Right.
So that we are reducing the costs.
Right.
And so the cost for training comes to around 16,500. The whole, including the tournament, you'll only just spend about 50% of the cost that you would, which is about 20,000 if you went directly to. So and playing together as a group also makes it more interesting in that there is that issue of fun competition, and also if you have not learned a certain technique and I've captured it, so I can be able to help you.
So how do you pick members of the Youth Entrepreneurship Network?
So for you to become a member of Yen Africa, it's actually free. What you do is you just land on our website, and once you land on our website, you can be able to sign up as a member and provide the details, and then we'll call you in for an interview where we talk to you and get to know what sort of business you are into, where we can find you and all that, and create a profile for you. So that is free. For you to then participate in the training, what you have to do is to sign up for a cohort.
Okay.
And then we have...
Sorry, I'm just getting a little distracted because I'm seeing balls coming in, and I do not want anyone, although I imagine that these are pros, but if I just kept glancing because I kept thinking I have to protect myself and you.
So they're doing a technique called chipping.
Okay. But we're not going to get hurt.
No.
Okay, that's all. It's okay. It's fine. I just wasn't sure. We may continue. I just wanted to protect. See that? Can you see them?
That is the whole technique, that they're supposed to land the ball on that green.
Wow.
So you just chip it a little.
Okay. So we're not. Okay. So I'm good. Don't worry. Okay. But you were saying, so then they go through the training.
So if they want to go to, if they want to participate in the training, what they have to do is sign up for a cohort. So we have a cohort starting every month.
And what is a cohort?
A cohort is a group. Group that we spoke about, we limit it to a maximum of 12 people, so that everybody gets maximum chance to also get attention from the coach. So every month we're starting a new cohort. We just started one this past Sunday on the 8th of September, and we're going to start the next one in October, 6th of October. And then once you're through with the training, what we do is we add you up to an alumni group. So for all those people who have gone through the training, so far we've trained about 170 people, and so you already have access to this 170 people, and these are people doing different businesses, doing in different careers, doctors, engineers, software developers, architects, all that. So you have access to that pool of people for you to exchange business with, and for you to just network with. And also what that also allows you to do is, whenever some of them are already signed up to clubs, and they have say tournaments in the different clubs. So whenever they're having a tournament, they invite guys from the group so that they're networking and
continues.
yes.
So can anyone join?
Yeah, anyone can join. We don't have an age limit as such, as much as we say we're young.
Okay, you still don't have an age limit. And do you have to be a golfer? Or do you have to have an interest in golf?
For you, there's two separate things. There's Yen Africa. For you to be a member, you don't have to. Right. But if you wanted for you to get the training, then you have, of course, to be interested. And yeah.
And there's Yen Golf.
And then there's Yen Golf. So there's Yen Africa, the company that does events and programs, and then there's Yen Golf, the program under Yen Africa.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to meet some of the alumni, and I know you've got a couple of them with you here today.
Yeah.
But first we've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll get to meet two people who've gone through it, and maybe they'll teach me how to swing. I have no idea. Maybe they'll teach me. We'll be back in a moment.
Mgeni pole imejaa.
Nini? Tunakujua kwa nini wazee wetu wanapotelea kwako.
Ndio tuko tunataka kujua siri yako.
Siri ndio hiyo. Introducing the new salad oil with a spout for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D, and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
Salad. Siri ndio hiyo.
Who wants to answer? Mary?
Mary has a toothache.
Oh, I see. And who knows why?
Because her tooth is too big.
No, it might be a hole in her tooth called a cavity. That's why I brush twice a day using Colgate.
Imagine this is your tooth and these are food acids that cause cavities. Colgate with calcium and fluoride helps prevent cavities for maximum cavity protection. And now available in a 12-gram sachet for fresh breath. Only 15 shillings.
Ren is conscious now.
You know what to do.
Yes, ma'am.
I overheard your conversation earlier. Salvador killed someone again. I heard her talking to someone on the phone. And I saw Anna getting killed.
Don't test my limits, Samantha.
Let go of me!
From the heart of Nairobi.
Koto boy, they call me burn. Black lamps. What have we do to catch a love?
To the waters of Lake Nakuru.
Give you all I got, but it's not enough for you. I'm just smile.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at Windsor Golf Hotel and Country Club, and earlier I got to speak to the Yen Africa CEO, that's Kamau, and now I get to meet two Yen Africa alumni. That is Steve Kinyanjui and Jessica Calasso. Got it right? Okay. So I'm curious, you both, what it's been like being a part of Yen Africa, and also what it is that you do. So maybe we could start with you, Steve.
I'm Steve Kinyanjui. Yes. I run a construction firm.
Oh,
yes.
Interesting.
We do design and build.
Yeah.
So that's design from conception to the build part as a contractor.
Yeah.
So that's what we do.
Okay.
Yes, and the journey Golf Club has been amazing.
Yeah.
We've had a wonderful time.
Okay. How did you hear about Yen Africa?
In Africa, one of the founders of Yen was my friend. So through him, I got to learn about it, and also hearing the cost, how it's quite favorable.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's made I had to come and join up. I've always wanted to come and play.
Right.
Yeah.
And when did you join?
We joined, I should be late last year.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's about 7, 8,
Yes,
9
I'm
months.
nearly getting older.
Almost. Almost there.
Yes.
And what about you, Jessica? What is it that you do, and how did you get to hear about Yen?
I'm an entrepreneur. I run a tech company called Brave, and we are in workforce advisory, so HR, tech recruiting. I got to hear about Yen through actually Kamau. Kamau and I are old colleagues from the tech ecosystem, and we met about like 3 years ago actually, and he told me about golf, and I've always had an interest in golf because my dad played.
Okay.
And finally signed up this year, and it was really affordable. It's everyone like our age in their early 30s can actually take up this game. You don't have to wait later. But I just was part of cohort 3 and started playing earlier this year.
Yeah. So when you say your dad played golf, did you play golf yourself?
No.
Before this?
I actually just had an interest. I used to actually see him playing golf, and I used to think it was a very boring game, you know, just hitting. But when I had this experience at Yen on the course, it's amazing. It's not just about just hitting the ball. As our coach says, it's about muscle memory and just focus and concentration, and the experience on the course is amazing.
Yeah. It's funny. So during the break, I did show Jessica. I was like, I just don't get golf. Like, you just like, you hit a ball and then you walk after the ball and then you hit it again. And she's like, that's what I thought, but it's different. It's nothing like that. So what's been your experience meeting other members? Have you found that besides the golf and, you know, being able to immerse yourself in a new sport, that you've been able to form interesting, you know, networks and sort of build your social capital from Yen Africa?
Great. Actually, golf is it's a big network game.
Yeah.
So this is where you get to make networks, make deals. And I think.
So have you actually made deals? If we're being very honest, have you made deals
from here?
Yeah.
Actually, we've met. I think we have our golf buddies. There are people who we work with, people in our sector.
Yeah.
I think you get to network, and I believe networking is not a one-off
thing.
Yeah. Built over a process.
That's how. Is that?
Well, I think. You won't find a track immediately, but what you'll get to do is you'll get a conversation on the course.
Yeah.
So I've been able to actually start conversations with other entrepreneurs like me who are either facing like fundraising, and you just get the inside coffee chat post the golf course, and you sit down with them and just have a one-hour conversation of like, how do you actually build a really good team, or how do you get working capital. So you get those shared interests. I think like doing business with people, as they say, you do business with people you like and trust. It takes a while to build that. So I think you just build a friendship and you continue it off the course.
Come out.
If I could chip in, in terms of the alumni, I know of one story. He shared some time back of someone who trained. Actually, he was in his cohort, George, and he's been able to do business. He said worth 4.6 million out of from time he graduated sometime end of last year. So since January up to this time, and that is associated to just playing golf.
And networking.
In golf. So it met people in the golf course and all that. So it also depends on the sort of business that you're doing. Him, he's in engineering and water services. And we usually say, just like we mentioned, networking is not instant coffee. The fact that we have met today does not mean that we'll strike. We knew each other back then, but you see, we're coming to actually benefit from what each other is doing much later, 3 years into. So as you get to interact and just be in that space, opportunities come from there.
And I love what you shared, Jessica, essentially the same thing. And I think if you are someone who finds it difficult to find people in the same space, maybe your friends, even as much as you may love or like them, they just aren't in the same space as you are. This seems like an easy way into a daunting world for some. Some people are like, new people, where do you find them? How do I start the conversation? So let's talk a little bit about golf. Steve, was this your first time playing golf since you joined Yen last year? Late last year. So what's been your golf experience, let's be honest? Did it meet your expectations?
Yeah, 100%. I remember there's a time I came here and I said I have to play. I saw the green, I think for golf for me is more of a therapy. Theoretically, when you're here, you feel you in another environment. That therapy, every time I come, it's a different experience.
Yeah.
And, when you're in the course, it's you're able even to meditate. I think you can think a lot and really build up. So I think for me, it has been an amazing experience, and even that networking, because I believe here at the golf course, there are those networks that you can't find necessarily elsewhere. So I think being here, and also it's also a very game that you have to really mentor, and also do concentration, focus, and also very etiquette. You get a lot of things you learn from the etiquette, the way you dress code, you know. It's something that's all inclusive.
But I love your point about it being therapeutic for you. Like, I mean, I sort of get that too. I mean, I know we're at the driving range. That's what it's called, right? See, I'm trying to get my right. We're at the driving range, and it's not the actual course, but it's where we get to practice. Because do two of you still qualify as a rookie? As rookies?
Kinda.
They've not yet attained handicaps.
Okay.
But they're, let's say, intermediate.
Okay.
Amateur will actually be after intermediate. Because after that, now you are pro. So
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Then amateur,
basic, intermediate, amateur, and then pro.
I'm basic. Okay, so there's basic, intermediate, and you are
amateur.
Yes. All right. So I know we're standing in order. I know later I'll get to speak to Coach David, who's like prolific for his golfing and being able to get people like me from zero to somewhere. But for now, I would love to see you guys hit the ball and show me what it is that you're doing. Because also, I imagine if you're like, so I think we should really just like talk about that deal, and then you miss 10 times, someone will be like, what is it? What are you doing? Where are you going? So I'm putting you to the test. Let's see if you've been learning something. Who wants to go first?
Still, probably show how to hold a club.
You want to come by?
No, you go. I want to see you go first. I know later David will show me, and maybe you'll teach me one quick swing towards the end.
Sure.
But I want to see how you do it.
So this, it's more of this, we call it a wood. It's a bigger. There's a difference. It's bigger. It's for doing longer ranges.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of just normal holds, and then you. is free.
Wait, I have a question. Sorry, I know you shouldn't talk. But I have a question. Are you aiming for somewhere, or you just want to hit the ball?
We have to hit as far as possible.
Okay, so the goal is to take it as far.
The few max 150. You can see 150, 200. So you should hit.
I see them.
The
farthest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your aim?
My aim should be not low, just past 150, not less than 150.
Okay.
Yes, I don't want to bite more than I can swallow. Now, I'll do a practice run first to. I'm going now. Yes, I think I should redo that.
Yeah, you can do another one. One more.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
I won't do it. The final one.
Eyes on the ball. Better.
You can do another. It's fine.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah. Good one.
Whoa, that's a good one.
Yeah.
So 200 yards.
What? Yeah.
200 yards.
200 yards.
Can we all pretend that was my shot, please? Guys, thanks for coming.
Welcome.
This was great. Thank you. Good job. Yeah, thank you.
Can't
Nice
wait
to
to see you.
Good job. I can't wait to see you do that.
You don't want to?
Can try and hit one.
No, it's your turn. What do you mean my turn?
You should also go, Sharon.
I'll do a practice run. But I'm waiting for Coach David.
I'll show you here, and then Coach David will also show you another technique.
Okay.
So they are different. This is driving, and then he'll show you putting.
All right.
Putting. I love potting.
Because it's easy.
It's easy. Yes. Okay.
He's taking note, huh?
Yeah.
When you have long hair. So you need to tie it.
Blame it on the hair.
Yeah, blame it on the hair. Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
It's a good distance.
Now let's take.
Better than me.
Yeah, I take that.
I was doing much better when I was practicing, trust me.
Eyes on the ball.
Yeah. Got my distance right?
Yeah, that's good.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job. Now.
Quick crash course.
Oh gosh.
Quick crash course.
It's not as easy.
I hate failing. I hate not feeling like I know what I'm doing.
You probably do better than me. Trust
So
me. Beginner's luck.
with this club,
Yeah.
it's a long. So you're standing more to the left, to the right of the club. So the club is.
Exactly. Okay.
So the club is like almost a parallel.
Okay.
And then this hand usually doesn't bend as you're taking the club up.
Yeah.
So you try to maintain it as straight as possible. And then all that time, your eyes are on the ball.
Okay.
So eyes on the ball.
Yeah.
Give me that so that we are.
Oh, right. So we're doing the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
All right.
So and then in terms of the grip, take it up like this first with the left one.
My left one.
Yeah, and then your index finger. And then your pinky comes inside that, yeah, and then your two thumbs are up here, and then you bring the club down.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's that's a firm grip.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't hold it too firm, but make sure that it doesn't leave your hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I was saying that when you're taking up the club, this one remains straight, and then you also just bend a bit, just so that you're, and then your stance is like shoulder width.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Like So now take the club up.
Yeah.
Take the club up.
Oh.
Yeah. Your eyes on the ball.
Oh. Eyes were on you.
So eyes on the ball.
Until I'm gonna hit you, I'm gonna hit you.
Okay. So take the club up.
Okay.
Eyes on the ball. And then swing.
Whoa.
Yeah.
It feels good, right?
But I thought I was gonna hit someone. Okay, so let me try practice, right?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
So make sure you're looking at the ball all that while. Okay, you can use that one. That was a good swing. The only thing is that you missed, so just try the same thing.
That's one that you missed. That's not a good swing.
Yeah, a bit.
Okay. Oh God.
You're not looking at the ball.
I feel like I'm trying my best to do nothing but look at the ball.
Look at the ball. Sure, as you're taking the club up, because what you did is you looked at the club.
Oh, okay. So let me get my grip again.
Yeah.
Right.
We might be here a while, so I hope you have coffee. Just get comfortable, because I'm not leaving till I hit this past 100. Y'all, you don't know what you signed up for. Okay. I have to get this.
You have to stay rigid. Don't stand here before.
I have to? Sorry?
Don't move your feet.
Oh.
Stand. Just swing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And bend a little.
And then as comfortable as you
There
can
you
be.
go.
Yeah.
Almost.
Okay.
Same
That was
thing.
practice.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. You're a supportive team. I get what then after Okay.
There we go!
That's a really good one.
Very nice.
For a fast shot.
Now I'm ready to take a break. Oh, sweating. We were going to stay here till I get done. At least I got it, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, no, you've got your turn. Yeah. You've got your turn. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see how
then we go off and break.
Probably I'll miss it.
Okay.
Hope I won't miss.
No. Whoa! Well then.
Not as straight, but yeah.
It's killed it.
It's a good
wow, thank you guys. It's been really nice getting a glimpse of your world and also taking part in it as well. So thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. Thank you. It was good.
You see how good you feel when you hit it?
I'm feeling like really energized right now.
You can hit it again and again and again.
Yeah. All right, we've got to take a break. When we come back, I'll get lessons from a pro, one of the few professional coaches, professional players. Is it?
Teaching pros.
Teaching pros, right? In the country. We'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Kama unaniamini na kifunguo ya nyumba mpaka kifunguo ya bedroom yako kwa nini?
Unajua if my husband discovers you're the one who cleans my bedroom, hatafurahia.
Hapa ni Nairobi my friend, ndio nitini ujinga ulikuwa unaniletea Kisii.
But my mommy says lying is not good.
Umeacha ule watu wako pale. Mimi ndo nanikujia peke yangu hapa. Wametumwa na makatelo wananifuata kila mahali. Unataka ninywe hizi dread juu ya heartbreak. Unazoana na wewe, si ndio? Ni rahisi kunijua si ngumu. Just link on my bio.
Mimi nataka kutoshana na wewe. Bulldozer. Shifira, I am proportional. Your circumference. That's the difference.
Yeah, let's give it a try.
Tana River County Government under the leadership of His Excellency Major Retired Dr. Baba Gubana invites you to the first ever cultural extravaganza in Hola on 19th to 21st September under the theme Unity in Cultural Diversity. Uncovering the treasures, it will focus on peace building, conservation, trade, tourism and culture. Welcome to Tana River.
County ya Maliasi. Kosa ukose.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, as you can see, I've had to change because the person I'm about to introduce to you, his praises were being sang even before I met him. He's one of the best. He's really good. Oh my gosh, he's so disciplined and strict. You'd better not play with him. In fact, I was told, if he sees what you're wearing, I'm not even sure he'll let you film. I was like, who is this man? This man is none other than David Opati, who's a coach and one of the few professional golfers in the country. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, am I okay now?
Yes, you're okay. As long as you have flat shoes, you are in material khaki, and then you have a polo shirt with a collar,
yeah,
then you're good to play golf.
So I have a question to ask there.
Yeah.
What does my outfit have to do with golf?
You see, number one, you need to be identified on the golf course. Now, if you come wearing a jeans and other people are wearing, let's say, polo shirts and you're in round neck, you see, we cannot really recognize you as a golfer.
Okay.
It's just one of the etiquettes of the game.
Interesting. So, but then if it's really hot,
yeah,
what do I commit?
You can wear a short.
I can wear a short.
You can wear a skirt.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it has to be within a certain length and has to be.
Exactly.
Great.
Good.
So, how long have you been a professional golfer for?
Okay, I've been a professional golfer for the last 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah, started playing golf at a tender age.
Oh, how old were you?
By then I was only 4 years old.
4?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And so was it something that you were interested in, or did your parents sort of...
I just got myself into the game. I built my own interest. I just got myself into the game.
Wow. And at which point did you think, I think I also want to coach?
Yeah, what happened is that when I went to play in South Africa, I came back to the country, I realized there are less tournaments. Then I had to go back and study more about teaching. And then I found myself, I love teaching more than even playing.
Oh,
yeah, because I meet different kind of people.
Yeah.
I meet people like you, know, it's really fun.
So let me ask, can you very quickly identify who has the potential and who will just be a...
Yes, with the experience I have, I've been teaching for the last 7 years, I can tell.
Yeah.
Who's going to be a good golfer and who's going to not going to be a good golfer. But I can't tell you because I'm promoting the sport. I cannot tell you can't be a good golfer.
You better just, kill your hopes and dreams because it's not going to... So tell me a little bit about the people that you do coach. On average, how young do they start and how old do you end up training?
Okay, in golf, you can start at the age of 3 years.
Wow.
You can imagine that.
Yeah.
Like there's a kid there I've been teaching. I saw when she was 3 years. Right now she's 6 years old.
Yeah.
And she won a tournament in South Africa.
Wow.
So you can imagine at the age of 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible that they're able to harness their potential quite early. Correct. And that their parents also are supportive of that.
Yeah, the parents are really good. The parents have to be behind it. Everything.
And so on average, what's the age that you train? And I'm asking this because I'm curious to know if there's younger people getting into this sport.
Yeah. So from 3 years all the way. You know, golf doesn't have age limit. At the age of 90, you can play golf.
Okay.
It's not like football or soccer. I mean, football, rugby, whereby at a certain age, you can't play anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
So why don't we start with some quick lessons?
Okay.
Where are we here?
Right now, where we are, this one is called a patting green.
Patting green.
The whole idea is here is now to hit the ball into the hole.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is essentially what golf is about.
Exactly.
Trying to get the ball.
And you'll find that 80% of the game is exactly where we are.
Oh, really?
You can do 2 hits to get here, but it can take you 6 hits from here into that hole. And I'll give you a test you try. It's not an easy task.
Okay, how many hits do you think it'll take?
I guess 4 or 5.
4 or 5. How many will it take you?
Maximum of 2 from here to the phone.
It's on. It's on. Okay.
So we have this, and this one is called a putter.
A putter.
Okay, so the idea is to try and hit the ball at the center here. And there's a way you have to hold and you have to stand, and then I'll show you the technique of it. And then thereafter, I'll give you a chance and try to hit few balls.
Okay.
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 You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. Now face me.
Face you.
There we go.
Oh,
chill, relax. Okay. So what I want you to do is gonna be left hand on the top. There we go.
Yeah.
And then right hand at the bottom. And don't hold it very, very tight.
Okay.
Relax it. This one must be very flat on the ground.
Okay.
So for us to get control of the speed on over here, what you're going to do is only to use your arms and your shoulders. You're not going to use the entire body.
Okay.
Okay. So
Which is
yes, exactly. Yes, I want you to relax that way.
Okay.
You feel that?
Yeah.
You're more relaxed.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do is just to move this one in this direction first, and then in that direction, and feel like you're not using too much power and very less power.
Okay.
Are you together?
Yeah.
Good. So
practice or
yes, you can do a practice, and no swaying, only arms and shoulders. Move it straight this way, and then sway that way. Let's try. Correct. Good.
Looking at the ball.
Looking down there. Looking down there. So what I'm going to do, I'll put the ball in front of you there, and then now we have to start with the aiming.
Okay.
Correct. You need to feel like you're more parallel to the target where you're going, which is number 4.
Yeah.
And then put it over here. But the next thing is, I'll keep very quiet. You focus over here and try to get the ball as close as you can to the hole. Okay?
Yeah.
Give it a try. Wow, actually that's good. Oh, almost in the hole. Wow.
All right.
That's a good one.
Just about to start my...
So from there we'll move.
How do you hold the golf club?
Okay, either way it's okay. There's no style of holding a golf club.
Okay.
So from that spot, okay,
oh gosh,
the idea is now to try and hit it still close to the hole.
Oh.
Same thing, you have to consider how to hold it. And then the end, now you have to make sure, you see this line at the middle of the water, it has to aim towards the hole.
Okay.
There we go. Now don't hit it very hard.
Yeah,
Hit it very
yeah.
slowly, just to get it as near as possible.
Okay.
Let's try that. Brilliant. Let's go next to the hole. Okay. Now the last stage is now you try and get it in the hole from that spot.
Okay.
Well done. At least you managed in 3. Well done. That's
Who's
good.
your next protege?
Yes.
Right here.
Yeah. Good.
I am ready.
How's the feel?
I feel really good. Is
So-
there money in this sport?
Yes, there is only
Tell me about that.
in professional rank.
So what do I need to do to be a professional?
Okay, what you need to do is you need to start playing golf. And then when you get better, you join a golf club. Okay? Then from there, there are a few competitions that you need to participate as an amateur.
Yeah.
And then from an amateur level, then you graduate to a professional level.
And how much is there in this?
There's a lot of money. Especially in States, in the UK, in South
Yeah?
Africa. Guys are winning billions of money.
Billions
That's
of
why.
shillings.
That's why you find Tiger Woods in sports the most ranked, highest paid player.
Billions of shillings.
Exactly.
In this sport.
Yes.
And on average, I mean, I'm 30 years old.
Okay.
Is time up for me?
Not yet.
Is this one of the sports where if I didn't start when I was
Not really.
So on how long would it take me to be?
No, it depends.
Because I'm at basic level.
Okay.
And then there's intermediary.
Yes.
And then amateur, and then professional.
Then professional.
So how much on average, if I was really focused, maybe going in for practice 4 or 5 times a week?
Okay, basically there are 2 aspects we focus on. Number 1 is the level and ability of understanding the game. You remember we have slow learners and we have quick learners.
Yeah.
You can imagine just done in 3 hits, and some guys who have played for 3-4 years, you bring in, maybe gonna struggle to get that ball in 3 hits just the way you did.
Right.
So number 1 is the level of understanding, the ability, and then number 2 is how often are you practicing. Yeah, it's a game whereby you need to practice a lot to get better.
Okay.
You cannot only learn in a day and then you think you are better. You need to learn a lot. Okay.
Which is what I'm acting like I know what I'm doing. But I do feel like I have potential here.
Good.
Do you feel like I have?
Yes. You wanna try again?
I want to try
Yes.
again.
You wanna try?
Yes, and
You want to a long distance or a short distance?
Okay.
I'll give you a long distance. From here I will try to go to number 1.
Okay.
Same thing I'm gonna give you now, because I want to challenge. I'm gonna give you a maximum of 3 hits.
No, impossible. No, I know.
Okay.
There's no way this was 5 hits and the
Okay.
one.
So we're gonna try that from here to number 1. As you can see.
I want to challenge you too.
Yes.
Can I challenge you?
Yeah. Yes, please.
David, I want you to do it. If I'm going to do it in 3
Okay.
hits.
Let me get a golf ball.
Okay.
You start, I start. You start fast.
But
okay?
I want to change.
I don't wanna
embarrass you. Embarrass me. It's okay. You're the professional here. But
okay.
I can't do it in 3 hits. There's just no way I can do it.
So the whole idea for me is to get it near there.
Okay.
And then second one near the hole, and then you try to get into the hole. So as I said earlier, we're gonna start with the aiming. That's the main key thing. Okay.
Let's see.
So I'll move you a little bit here. There we go. Then aim at the center. Don't hold it too tight. Okay. There we go. Okay. Good. Now focus on the strength you want to put on the ball, and then you have an imaginary line. You hit it, and then when you hit, you don't stop. Accelerate your hands towards the hole.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
Oh.
Okay. Now you see what has happened there is that you hit it too hard.
Yeah.
And then you hit it over here on the edge.
So it went.
So you have to do exactly at the center.
Okay.
So shall I try now?
No. I have to finish mine,
Okay,
and then you start yours.
No problem.
I don't want your pressure of one hit, and then I just. Okay. I think I understand.
Good. We start with the aiming first. I'll check your aim.
Okay.
Aim is good. Now focus on the strength.
Okay.
Not too hard.
Yeah.
That's good. I told you you can do it in 3.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I'm so
You got one more chance to
You know why I
challenge me.
can't do this game? Because I'm going
There
to
you go.
die of anxiety.
You got one more chance to challenge me. Let's try that.
I can't.
Start with the M.
I can't play any sports because I just start to feel like I even.
We'll start with the M. That's good. Now focus on the ball, not where the ball is going.
Okay.
This one needs to be slightly that way.
Okay.
Good. Wow, well done. You see, you managed in 3 strokes. You managed in 3 strokes. Well done.
Your turn.
How's the feel?
It feels really good.
Okay.
I can't believe I did it. Do you want me to?
So, no, it's okay. I have mine.
Okay.
That's yours. Just come where you are, then I try.
Okay. So
I think I'll do in 3 like you, huh?
No, you can't do it in 3.
I'll try from here, yeah?
Okay,
Okay.
let's see.
So just come in some so that at least you can learn a few things.
Okay.
So basically, when you're playing on the golf course, you'll find that most of the greens, this one is called a green, they are not flat.
Okay.
Because of drainage, and then they put the holes where it's slightly tricky. Like in this scenario, when I look around, I see there is a slope this way. So if I aim straight, I'll end up going where you want.
Right.
So I'm gonna compensate by aiming slightly left of the hole. Then when I hit it, it's gonna curve all this way towards the hole. Okay.
I like that you didn't tell me this because you knew.
Exactly. Cool. So what I'm going to do is to focus a lot where the slope is coming from.
Okay.
Then I make sure when I set up myself, I have to aim exactly at the center there.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
If you accidentally, as you're trying to aim, hit it, does
Yes.
that count as 1?
Yes. If you do it intentionally,
Not
it's
intentionally.
counted.
If you are just trying to aim,
Yes.
like try, and then you hit it a little.
No. What normally happens is that you'll have to replace the ball.
Okay.
You replace from the previous position. Okay. So this will be my aim. You see, like that one, I've moved it.
Yeah.
So what I normally happen is that I have to replace the ball exactly where it was before I play.
Got it.
So that will be my setup there, and then look at that. You can see at the end is curving going back this way. So for me, I'm gonna go and try now to get it in to challenge you by 1. Are we together?
Okay.
Okay.
But also remember, you had you didn't give me that extra information.
No problem. And I have to study also how the hole is.
Okay.
So as I can see, it's just more flat.
Right.
I'll come and stand over here. And then hit it.
Good job. Good job, Coach.
Thank you.
All right.
Good.
So I want to do, I think I want to, if it's okay, I want to do the hitting. Is that what it's called?
Yes, the hitting, we have to do it on the other side.
Yeah, if we can do a couple more. But before we wrap up and go over to that side,
okay.
I want to invite Kamau to see how many hits he's going to have to make. Come on in.
Good. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give him the same challenge.
Let's see.
Okay. So.
Wow. Okay, big talker.
Come on, basically it was here. This spot here. Do you need any clue, or you okay?
It's landing to the right.
Exactly, you heard us discussing about that. Okay? So we'll watch how many hits Kamau can try and make.
Pressure.
Might be one. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Let's go.
That was
now
good.
let me tell you, this part is one of Kamau's weakness.
Oh, yeah.
He likes hitting very far, but when it comes to here, he doesn't like what you call putting.
Okay.
Once you're used to.
Okay. Almost.
Okay.
So he has got one more.
One more.
Come on,
So
can I remove this? Just put it on the side that way. That is 3. One more. Come on. So you see you're better?
Can we do take 2?
Can the records show that I was better?
You can imagine. That's 4. That's 4. Good try, man. Good try.
Okay.
Good try.
Not impressed by
I might need to teach you if you. No, I'm kidding. You're way better than I am.
But you're actually very good also.
Thank you. I think I've got a good coach. That's the secret, to have a good coach.
Good.
A legend, really, truly a legend. So, Kamau, I want to hear from you. How can people join Yen if they want to sign up?
So if you wanted to sign up, what you do is land on our website. Sign up. We'll ask you for your details, your name and your email and your phone number. Our website is www.yenafrica.net.
Okay.
So yenafrica, one word, .net. You'll see the part for Yen Golf, and you can sign up for a cohort. So every cohort runs for 8 consecutive weeks.
Yeah.
Every Sunday afternoon, we are taught by our pro coach.
Yeah,
he
Coach
takes us
David.
through the different techniques. This is putting. This is one of the last before we go out to the course. So through the 8 weeks, you'll learn how to play.
take you out to the course so that you play a real game situation. So every month we are starting a new cohort. Like we started one
the 8th?
Yeah, on the 8th.
And I know there's another one on the 6th.
On the 6th of
October.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And what if someone just wants one-on-one sessions with you? Are you so busy that you're
Yes, I do private classes.
You do private classes.
Individual classes.
Yeah.
Whereby I do more with the video analysis.
Yeah.
It's more
so you break
advanced.
it down.
Yes, I break everything down.
I might actually.
I break all your swing.
Yeah. Do you feel like I have a chance?
Yes, you do. Yes,
I
you do.
feel like I have a chance.
Yes, you do.
I might call you for those private classes.
Good.
And bring your children. You hear 6-year-olds are winning championships and you know, coming in top place under your coaching.
Yes.
So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
I think I might want to take on the real course now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
You should actually come for that cohort starting on the 6th
Good.
of October.
And then teach people a thing. I'm kidding. I have a long way to go. All right, everybody, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's show. I for sure loved it, and I love that I learned a new skill I solved before today, but I think there's something here.
And you did better than that. You know?
You guys are both, I think we all know here that Lady Luck played a big role. But thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. For now, I'm just going to go practice my swing and just win the millions. Come on, guys. Let's go win the millions.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
The sandy beaches of the Indian Ocean. Maybe I am somebody.
My daughter's awake!
Rowan is conscious now.
You know what to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Your conversation earlier. Salvador killed someone again. I heard her talking to someone on the phone, and I saw Anna getting killed.
Don't test my limits, Samantha.
Let go of me.
I told my son, unfortunately you have to take care of your siblings. When he told me, what is it, Mom? I told him, Ted, I'm tired. Went to the kitchen, took a jelly can, implicated myself fire.
When your son is right there?
Yes. The pain was too much for me to bear.
You wake up and you found you're alive. It didn't work. How did you feel then?
The fright of now dying started hitting me. I normally tell people, do not joke around with the spirit of suicide.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge. Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele, tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
This is NTV.
Good morning and welcome to NTV today on this Wednesday, and as always on Wednesdays we discuss economy, business and make sense of all that's making sense. My name is Dann Mwangi. Thank you for joining us, and we shall be having a discussion today about technology and development and how the technology aspect can be brought into development and what efficiencies are going to be created, what inefficiencies are going to be pushed out once we adopt more and more technology. We'll have this discussion, and later on we shall be crossing over where we'll have an event which is hosted by the Kotu, and Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, is expected to address the 42nd session of Uatu General Council this morning, and it's going to be hosted by, like I said, Kotu. As the pictures you're seeing on your screen, the event is, they're just waiting for the president and his team to get there, then the event can kick off. We also be having other international labor leaders, and there are about 60 countries that are going to be represented in this, and so you definitely want to stay on NTV to understand the issues that are going to be raised in terms of the workspace and the labor force and the rights and responsibilities of workers, and a lot more on that. We shall be getting to that later on, but first we're going to be getting to our discussion. We'll just kick it off right now on our discussion in studio, and I already have one of my guests in studio. That's Job Kihumba, who's the executive director at the Standard Investment Bank, and he's also the immediate former ECFA chairman. And today we want to talk about smart cities, and we are going to get later on into the discussion of the specific conference that's meant, having this discussion going on. But maybe we could just begin by, when we talk about a smart city, one of the definitions that's given is that it's a designation given to a city that incorporates ICT to enhance the quality and performance of urban services such as energy, transportation and utilities in order to reduce resource consumption, wastage and overall costs. So just from the very basic of it, what benefits does the economy stand to gain when we adopt more and more of smart cities?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwangi, for that. The first thing I want to say is that technology has come to the center of all our lives, and this need not be oversaid. Everything now rotates technology. If you do not, as an individual or even as a country, adopt technology, you start to lose out a lot. When we zero in on our development and its adaptation of technology for all its processes, you find that a country stands to benefit a great deal. We have very many examples globally for countries that have actually gone out of their way to adopt technology, especially in the management of utilities and other public sector services. This is taking root even in our own country. In fact, the recent campaign about Huduma Number is about really adopting technology as a way of life, so that you have information, you have data about situations and people, so that you can be able to plan and develop systems that work for you.
Okay, we see a lot more of when technology is being embraced in different sectors. It's good, but on the other end, it begins to declare a number of jobs redundant, especially the brick and mortar ones, what we call kazi ya mkono. You find a number of these jobs becoming redundant. Are we having enough training to equip people to take up now basically the work of the future, the technology-based jobs? Because many people are working maybe in factories. They were doing a lot of the handwork. But are we training people enough for that?
I think it's a process. The training and development of human capital to be able to take up work that was previously hard and now is being taken by technology is a process. And as a country, we cannot sit down and assume that this will automatically happen. Countries that have made biggest strides in development are countries that have actually went out of their way to train people and adopt an education that is now what we call STEM. Basically sciences and technology. You move on to the maths. You train people more towards technology so that they are able to adopt and grow to higher jobs. You talked about loss of jobs. Indeed, if people are not careful, jobs can be taken by more technology savvy characters from other countries. But if you train your people, a case in point is the SGR. You saw that the higher level jobs, technology jobs, were being done by Chinese. And Kenyans had actually to try to do catch up by being taken to China for training. So actually you can actually see that unless you upgrade your people to be able to do the jobs that are higher in terms of quality, in terms of understanding, in terms of science, then of course you lose out.
Okay, and we've seen the different areas that ICT can be adopted in terms of the smart cities discussion. And for instance, let's go maybe sector by sector. Like in the transport one, you've partly alluded to it when it comes to SGR and the likes. But yes. For instance, in Nairobi and even in the other big towns and the other cities we have in the country, there's a big problem of traffic jams, which then eats into productivity time. So you've got a lot of man hours which can then be converted into millions of shillings worth of value lost in terms of because of traffic jam. What needs to be done, for instance, just to avoid losing all this value, these millions of shillings worth?
The first thing to think about, if you talk about transportation, for example, within our towns and our cities, you'll find that there is very little planning. It's actually left on its own. If you look around, you will see matatus, you will see buses that seem to run hectare-skelter. They don't seem to have a purpose. Some will stand in the middle of the road. And this is all an issue of planning, sitting down, and technology can help here to track the data on these transport vehicles. Without the tracking of data and managing that data about each of the transport vehicles, some of us are old enough to remember when you could actually time yourself when to leave home and when to get to the office. Because you knew there was a bus. They used to be called Kenya Bus Services, and they used to go with a time. Now, this is all gone now. You just go to the bus stop and hope that there will be a matatu or a bus that will come along. You don't know when. So there's a lot of time wasted all along. But this can be managed. The technology is a very good tool for managing this process in this day and age. And therefore, all I can say is that all these manpowers that is wasted, all these resources that are wasted, but more importantly, I want you to think about the energy that is consumed by these idling matatus and buses, and by individuals, private people who are stagnant in the middle of the road and they cannot move. Move to a smart city like Singapore. You'll find that traffic flows. It may have more cars than Nairobi, but but all these vehicles are moving. They are not stagnant.
So you're saying it's not just an infrastructure problem. It's also
a planning
problem. Yeah. You're also here, from what you're saying, a mentality.
It's also a mentality
problem in terms of, like you're saying, matatus just stopping wherever they're doing that is a different story altogether.
But they are doing that because there is no order. The order can only be enforced. You cannot expect people. Individuals are very selfish, and they tend to take the shortcut, even when it's a foolish and stupid shortcut. You require a system that is enforceable, a system that can be enforced by the law enforcers and made to work. It requires orderliness, cannot just come. It is chaos that comes on its own. Order comes through management.
And if this ideal case is to be applied, in how long are we seeing ourselves having a more bearable transport system?
It actually entirely depends on the leadership, especially what I would call if you talk about the leadership in the transport sector, leadership across the board. This will have a determination to do the right things. I visited Kigali many years ago, about 20 years back, when it had just come from total chaos. And you could actually see a lot of chaos. I have visited Kigali lately, and there's a bit of order. You can see traffic flowing, people stopping at red lights, not just jumping the red lights. You can see a bit of order that has come over the last decade or so. It can be done, and I would say that you don't require to have decades to be able to do that. Actually, we don't have the benefit of decades, because we would have lost so much and be left behind so much. We are talking about, for example, self-driving cars in some cities. Can you imagine self-driving cars in Nairobi? There would be total chaos, because there's no order, there's nothing.
Okay, and I think it's definitely something to look about, and like you mentioned, matters of the leadership, the governance element of all this. And even speaking of governance, just want to quickly just look at some pictures from the county of Kisumu, where we have the concerns about the impeachment of the speaker, and the police are looking. We're told they're looking after this, looking for the speaker, and those are pictures live from Kisumu, where we could see there's some police presence, and you can see the embattled Kisumu speaker returns, and there's a lot of police presence at the county assembly of Kisumu. That is what you're seeing on your screens. That is these are the live pictures there. I know there've been concerns and wrangles at the county assembly there, as we've seen in different counties, and this again just points at the matters of integrity of when it comes to leadership and governance. And so we shall be getting more and more details of this as we go along, and get more information on the same, and just get a status update on this. And like I said, we shall be speaking on this a bit later on with our people on the ground. But just coming back to our discussion here in studio, and when we talk about now a different aspect, which is like waste management.
Yes.
And we've seen some people trying to ensure they can harness, some good out of the waste, for instance, at Dandora and the likes. What are the different ways that we can now, what let me ask this way. What do smart cities hold in store for waste management?
In all smart cities, waste is never seen as waste. Waste is raw material. And this happens in that from the day waste is generated, because waste is actually generated in the homestead, in the factories, in the workplaces, you see waste generation. But from the beginning, in a smart city, you start thinking and planning about it. You actually have a system of collecting it, a system of using it, and finally a system of converting it into productive uses. And if you look at some of the cities that we have now, I'm sure you could remember a story where some countries in the Scandinavia were thinking of importing waste.
Yes.
Why did they want to import waste? Because they thought it's a raw material. And indeed it's a raw material. In some cities, Dann, for example, some few years back, they started generating more than 50 megawatts of electricity from waste. We have been talking about the Dora's site for 8 decades, but nothing seems to happen. And here we have a huge resource that is now being wasted and polluting our rivers, while it could be converted into useful use, into a lot of benefit for the economy. So you can actually see waste management is also something that is very key and can come in as a tool to assist this.
Okay, and then it could possibly also create employment around there.
Thousands of employees can be done. A lot of that can be done using waste. In fact, the level of employment levels that can be created through waste management is unimaginable. Now we only see dirty boys carrying some
exactly,
and you actually expose them to a lot of unnecessary hazards.
Okay, because that's really the picture, should I put it that way, the picture that is painted when it comes to the different, the waste management. We just talk about the dirty guys and the smelling trucks moving around the city. We're not yet at the place where we're seeing it as a place where you can actually harness resources and create a lot of jobs, as you've said.
Yes.
Because Dandora has been infamous for that, unfortunately. And we're now joined in studio as well by Ken Okwaro, who is the director of Africa Center for People, Institutions and Society. He's also an urban development expert. And thank you for joining us. And we've just, we touched on a few things here in regards to smart cities and how technology can be used to improve the economy and different facets of the same. Maybe your comment just on what do you feel smart cities hold in store for the economy? How can the economy gain?
Well, you know, if you look generally in the morphology of urban centers or urban frameworks, especially in Africa right now, a lot of it is done haphazardly. It's not very planned well. So one, technology comes in terms of how to do, proper plans, infusing data into, planning new settlements, into how housing is brought into the picture, how to do waste management, how to make sure that the transport networks and other auxiliary services or support services within cities is put in together. So smart cities is a concept broadly that looks at how you use technology, you use data, and you use new methods of planning, like using GIS and all that, to make sure that the new urban frameworks or urban settlements are cognizant of the the new needs that come about.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Just to let the viewer know that the pictures you're seeing on your split screen are from the county of Kisumu, where we have the speaker, that's Onyango Olo, who is actually facing charges of corruption over the Lake Basin Development Authority Mall. He tried to access the assembly but was unable to. He and his supporters were blocked from there, and anti-riot police were dispersing he and his supporters while they tried to get into the county assembly by force. And the attempts, he was accompanied by supporters, like I said, and the anti-riot police were deployed just to avert violence dispersed to them. I believe we have some sound. We can just try and listen into what is being said there.
We cannot make one decision. We can't be moving forward and backward. And now, tayari tumeanza kupigana hapa. Why are we keeping Onyango Law here? Why? Ama tuanze vita. Ngata no traditional. Ndio ngama toto. It's time for the assembly. We need to start meeting. What are we doing here? And for how long? An assembly, man, you can't come to the assembly at 5.
In there, the embattled Kisumu speaker, that's Onyango Olo, who's amid some security personnel as well as other officials. Some of them are county assembly members of the county assembly of Kisumu, some of whom have barred him from both getting to the assembly as well as to accessing his office. And they say they have been given instructions by their party to block him from entering the assembly. He maintains, though he's a substantive speaker, and accuses of impeaching him unprocedurally. And so that on your screen is Mr. Onyango Olo, looking a bit overwhelmed, it may seem, even as he continues to maintain that he's still the speaker, he's still in charge. But the members of county assembly, a number of them have said that they have been asked by the party to bar him from accessing the house and by extension his office. And we shall be following this up for you as we go along with our broadcast and our bulletins, and that is coming to you live from the county of Kisumu. I don't know whether we can hear what Mr. Olo is saying.
It is only Kisumu County that passes budget for Kisumu.
I just want to come back to our conversation in studio in regards to the smart cities, and I want to bring back Job into this. How significant, because some people feel that they don't understand the smart city concept. Many people feel that it might be an elitist thing, that it is for a few, there's people who that, the whole smart cities conversation affects. Maybe I'll give you a job. How important do you think it is? Why should the person watching care about smart cities?
Let me say, put it this way, for a long time, most towns and cities in our country and everywhere had a city planning department. The whole purpose of city planning department was to ensure that we have an organized city, a city that works. Whether you are talking about transportation, whether you are talking about garbage collection, whether you are talking water supply, the whole idea was to ensure that every aspect of the city worked. Now, the smart cities concept is coming in to say we can use technology to get this done easier, faster, more economically, because obviously if you look a town like Nairobi, a city like Nairobi, you'll find it, the city planning department, in fact, no one talks about the city planning department anymore because only the architects, the engineers, not the common man, they don't think there is any planning that takes place in a city like Nairobi. And of course, there are good reasons for this. So what I can say is that smart cities concept, as has been explained by my colleague, is not out there. It can be applied in our cities. It can be applied across our towns. Even a small town can actually apply the concept of a smart city. And I must say that, and I'm sure you link this up, that if we are talking about sustainability of cities, the way to go is to actually talk about smart cities, because we are getting to a point where cities will break down, and we have actually seen them ground to a halt, where you have a jam of the lasting 5 hours, 10 hours, you know, literally you are grounding to a halt. So it is a time to sit down and ask ourselves, what are we doing about it? And smart cities concept is a way to go.
Okay, and as I'm bringing Ken on this, just on the same, people, like I said, may not really always identify with it directly. They may not feel like, it seems like a distant concept to many. And the very people who we are saying are going to be the beneficiaries of if we went that way. Again, just the same question to you, why should people really care about smart cities? Or is it, you know, because at times some may fear that, you know, it's just a concept on paper.
You know, over the past 30 years, and if you project the next 30 years again, a large proportion of our populations in many African countries, many developing countries, is moving to the city or moving to the town. That means many of our people will be within towns, and therefore we need to cater for their needs. Two, when they're coming in, it means they're stretching the services and facilities and amenities that existed, because a while ago people used to project the population and say, in the next 30 years we are going to have this population, so we need to, you know, enlarge the water pipe, or, you know, improve the size of the road, or things like that. So what we are doing now with smart cities is putting that into our heads, that in the next 40 years, using big data, we find that our 3 main cities, for example, will have this percentage improvement in population. And therefore, what does that mean for water? What does that mean for electricity? What does it mean for waste management, for security, for all that? So the question was, why should a normal person care? If you sit on the traffic jam and you take 2 hours between town and the airport, you need to care about smart cities. If you're somewhere and you, like, I saw you have some pictures around Kisumu, you saw all that demolition that was going on in Kisumu. If you see that demolition and all that property going to waste and businesses destroyed, then you need to care about smart cities, because that is what smart cities should avoid, because it gives, it empowers private sector to work with government, people who are making policy, to make sure that in the next 10 years or 20 years or 30, we have set aside where people are going to do business, we have set aside amenities and facilities and the services that they need, and we are thinking about how to finance those things as well. So both government and the citizens and private sector and everyone else need to really plug into this conversation about smart cities, because it's essentially the way we are going to have to do it, because we will no longer sit with those plans and big papers as we used to do in college, where you would draw the city with a pen. Right now, you put it on a big screen and you look at your city and you say, oh, this number of years it's going to expand this way. The population will be more here. You need more traffic in this place. You need more housing in this segment of the city. Or you want more industries, like we are saying, manufacturing. You know, you can actually, even for government, plug in all this, the agenda about the Big Four agenda, and plug it into the big cities or smart cities framework, because you need housing, you need manufacturing in terms of business to develop cities. You need to make sure that services like health and people eat. So you see how we cannot say that it's a conversation for academics or policy makers. It's at the core of our lives, wherever you live, whether you are in Runda or you are in Umoja or somewhere on Thika Road. So it's a big conversation that everyone needs to.
I just wanted to add what Ken is saying by giving a practical example. Kibra is a big, unplanned place with sitting on just over 350 acres of land. If you applied technology, especially smart city concept, and replanned Kibra, you'd have the same number of people, or even more, living much more comfortable with all the amenities, with even playing fields, because that's a very large area. In fact, some cities globally sit on a smaller area, and they can be able, if you go to China, an area like that one may sit 1 million people comfortably, with playing fields, with a lot of enough water, enough electricity, enough garbage collection facilities, and it becomes a source of pride for the country. Not an attraction for tourists to come and see our shame.
And from what I hear, like based on the situation we are in now, especially for the cities which have been there, like Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, it seems as we look to taking in more of smart cities, there'll be quite some disruption.
Yeah. Well, the word smart means is that it needs to limit the amount of disruption as well.
Yeah.
So let's say we are looking at transport, how to improve public transport within Nairobi only. Somebody can come up with an idea of, for example, doing a light rail, which we should have done a long time ago. Or actually, if you go to the railway station, there's a museum there. You'll see that the people who began thinking about this city already had those lines a long time ago. The only thing we did not do is, after every 20 or 30 years, to come onto it and expand it. So just going back to those plans and considering what we have right now and working with it, so that we are not saying we are going to pull down like a whole neighborhood so that new infrastructure comes in. So disruption is inevitable, but the concept of smart cities seeks to limit how much it disrupts, so that like the things that were happening in Kisumu need not happen, because you're destroying jobs essentially, whilst government is struggling with providing jobs.
But my question is here that we already have a city that has been planned in a non-smart way, when we put it that way.
Yeah.
But you want to implement the smart city model.
Yeah.
Isn't it inevitable that there will be disruption? Like you've given an example, job of Kibra. If you were to say you want to turn Kibra to be what we see in, say, China or otherwise, it'll inevitably have some disruption, won't it?
Yes, a bit of disruption is inevitable, but it must be done for the sake of the people. It must also be done in such a way that you minimize disruption to the lives of people, and it can be done, because all you require, you don't have to wake up one morning and flatten the whole place and think that you are creating a smart city. In fact, you may create more chaos. First of all is to collect the data, and smart cities concept uses data about every human being who lives there. How much space do they occupy? What do they do? That becomes the starting point. Do they have businesses? Can you cater for businesses for them within your planning? And as long as you do that from the beginning, as a planning process, as a disciplined process, you will come out with something that works. At the end of the day, people look back and say, oh, it was this good. And people will not even be complaining because you involved them. In fact, one of the concepts of a smart city is citizen involvement. That's a very important thing. You not do it alone as a government, you do it with the people because it's for them. In fact, smart city concept is also a democratic process where you are involving the people to be able to participate in what affects them.
Okay. Yeah, there are two ways to do it. We can sit as policymakers and advisors of policymakers and decide we are going to change the way Kibera looks, for example. We're going to say we want to improve the roads, we want to improve the housing, without taking into consideration the culture there, the patterns of movement, and the needs of people within there. And the eventual thing would be that a lot of them do not come to fruition. For example, there was an urban regeneration program within Kibra that was using a housing markets approach. We were turning the settlements, informal settlements, into more, permanent units that then would give to these people, so that they own their, units and also rent some and do business on them. The problem with it is how much it did not take into consideration what the people there want or what their needs are. Because some of them are just driven out of those new units, because you take me somewhere where now I need to pay 1,000 bob for rent because it's a better place. But where I used to say I was paying 500 shillings, and the kind of employment I have, I cannot get that extra.
Can't afford that. I thought.
You know what they did? You write a unit on my name, but I rent it to someone else. Then I go back to the slum.
Oh.
So essentially, you haven't sorted out my issue. But we can write reports and come to the media like this and say, we have done something for Kibra. So what essentially Smart Cities is trying to do, one, it must put the people that you're planning for at the center of it, so that you learn their practices, their patterns of movement, their needs, and you inject this into the kind of plans that you are putting together. And the good thing about it is it uses a lot of technology, and there's a lot of analysis that goes into it that then provides you advice. However, we are not saying smart cities concept is the panacea there, because in many places people have tried to do this and some of them fail. Some of them actually just require political buy-in, or buy-in of the people who you are implementing or a policy for. So there's a to expand Mombasa Road. I think it's 2-3 years ago, and it flopped because there was interest along Mombasa Road that for example, pulling down 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings was too painful for them, and so that policy was stopped. But if you sit on Mombasa Road, you can see it, that it needs to expand somehow so that the movement is faster. So again, as much as the smart cities concept speaks into most of the challenges in contemporary urban planning or city planning, there is also the issues about contemporary politics, urban politics, urban development conversations that it must also take into consideration.
Okay, and you've mentioned something that is partly attributed to an event that you will be having. You talked about, the policymakers, the professionals can sit in meetings and have discussions on the same. And I know that the Institute of Certified Investment Financial Analysts, that's ICIFA, is having a conference, which is meant to be discussing the matters of smart cities and the likes. So from this one, what are you looking to achieve from this, and how then will the discussions there be turned to be tangible outcomes, that it doesn't become, again, what you're saying, just another forum that has people sitting, coming up with plans that are put on paper and bound, and that then we don't really see the reality on the ground.
Yeah.
Maybe I could say that the whole purpose of this conference is actually to start changing our thinking about how we manage our cities. It is not meant to be a kind of a planning conference. It's actually a mindset change, and you can actually see the starting point is talking with the people who are involved, the policymakers, and also bring to bear people with experiences about how smart cities work. For example, in one of the speakers in the conference is a guy who does city planning in Singapore. So they are bringing in a practical view of how it is done. The other way of looking at it is that the conference is also meant to shift resources. Actually, it is towards investment in smarter cities. That's towards, because a lot of resources are not being directed in the right places. We want investments directed to where they matter most. And the investments can only start. The investment is supposed to be, you know, a catalyst for certain things. And one thing for smart cities, unless you allocate resources, unless you invest in the concepts of a smart city, we shall not get anywhere. Because people will know, okay, we need to do this, but we have no resources to do it. And these resources will not just come from the public sector. They also come from the private sector. Currently, a lot of people in the private sector think in terms of bringing money to make money as to the earliest opportunity. If you look at the concepts of smart cities, quite a bit of it is long term. You are not talking about making money in the next 2-3 years. You are talking about putting, for example, a rail system that is working, run by the private sector, but in the hope that in 10-15 years you can be able to make money. And indeed, you could make money. So we also want to involve the private sector, and this is why you see the speakers for that conference cut across the public sector and also the private sectors.
You know, if you look at the SDG number 11 about sustainable cities,
yes,
and settlements, there's a big component about financing urban development. We can talk about these policies and smartness and all that until we figure out how to finance it. And the way our governments are struggling with mobilizing resources for every other thing, from education to health, it can be very difficult for a typical government, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, to invest in what we are talking about. So it's crucial that we stream in other sources of funding or financing to make our cities grow and to make them grow sustainably. And the private sector has a big part to play because they are the ones who do business. Essentially, government just does these things to facilitate them. They are the ones who do business. If a road is being expanded, if broadband is being brought somewhere in, if we are managing waste better, it means someone's business is the one that's going to benefit. So there is a big part that private sector have got to play from the side of facilitating their businesses, but also looking at what it can generate in terms of business. Because there are cities where people are earning a lot of money from just renewable energy. There are cities around sub-Saharan Africa where there are power outages almost at every 10 or 20 minutes. So just investing, for example, in renewable sources of energy, because we have the sun, we are blessed to have the sun in this part of the world. So investing, for example, in renewable sources of energy to pump into cities or into neighborhoods where it's not there. It's a source of a revenue stream or a source of business for a lot of people in the private sector that they can focus on. Or, for example, finding ways to get sustainable sources of water, which is a big issue, for example, here in Nairobi. So roping in the private sector is important because they benefit the most from it, but they also have the resources and the funding that can be pulled in and mashed with what government has to make our cities more, livable, which is the term I usually like more than even talking about smartness. A livable city is where people enjoy staying there. You have the basic amenities you need. You can move about quite easily, and therefore life is not as sometimes painful as it can be, for example, in a city like ours here in Nairobi.
Okay, yeah. And you've mentioned, both of you have alluded to, the aspect of financing, the aspect of government support, as much as we should not entirely rely on government support. And so far, are we seeing that there's government goodwill in regards to just pushing the smart cities agenda, or is it the feeling that the government is, first of all, just still trying to make sure that the basics are done? Because like you said, the financing would take quite a bit. But do we feel that there's goodwill, or should more be done?
That's an interesting question, because on paper we see a lot said by the public sector. If you talk to the government ministers and you talk to the planners and everyone else, they all are saying they are committed to see working cities. But on the ground, we see a different story. This is worrying. The bus rapid program that we have been talking about was supposed to have started early in the year. If you recall.
Initially, it was meant to be last year.
Last year. And then early this year.
Yes.
Now we are crossing the year. We saw them drawing red lines on Thika Road. But we don't know much else. I don't even know how the public was involved in this. We didn't hear much of it. What we are saying is that we should move away from just talking or from policy to implementation of policy. And that is key. If you have good policies, then implement them, because they are meant to serve the people. But let me also add at this juncture that the concept of working cities is key to development. In fact, as Ken put it earlier on, our people are moving to the cities. And there's good reason why they move to the cities. They move to the cities in the belief and faith that they will get the services. Why I would leave my rural home to come to town is because I'm looking for a better life. If I cannot get better life, then it turns to frustration. And this is why you see people going to the slums, doing all sorts of things, because they're trying to make their life comfortable. And if you don't create those kind of facilities that work for them, and create cities that people can enjoy and be happy about, then of course you are creating misery instead of creating. Actually, the urban poor are more miserable than the rural poor. So if only they knew that you are better off staying back home if you are not going to do something useful in the city. But this can change, because it makes a lot of sense for development to plan for people who are together. It's much more difficult to provide services to people who are scattered. And this is why, for example, you see in a place like Britain, the big part of the population are huge. I don't know what percentage now. All the people live in the towns and cities, and the open country is left for farming and doing other similar things. We should not be, I have seen small houses spread all over the place instead of people being together to receive services. And this can only come if we start planning in a smart way, because we are on the 21st century. We cannot start doing things the way we did them 30 years ago. We have to change this mindset so that at the end of the day, we have people living together that are happy because they can, I don't know whether some of you have gone to the older cities. At one time they had chaos, but they planned. London in the 19th century was chaotic. But today, there are parks. The River Thames used to be so polluted, actually as polluted as Nairobi River at one time. Today, River Thames, you will see actually fish swimming. How did that happen? Because people start to think and do things right.
They implemented.
They implemented policies. Yeah.
So, if you look at our policy making framework or legal framework, you find that a lot of these functions are with the county government as well. So we are still learning how to share responsibility for cities. That the constitution provides that county governments have a lot to do with how urban centers or urban frameworks are planned and managed and how they are improved. But there is a financial muscle that perhaps is necessary that sometimes they just cannot master. Because if you look at a lot of towns within this country that require, for example, improvement in urban transportation alone, the budgets that they were struggling with the national government, for example, the other day, will have very little that can then be spent on improving the morphology of the urban places. So there are cities that want to improve, for example, tourism. Yeah, I can use the example of Kisumu again. I saw a very ambitious plan shared by the governor's office. They say this is the way we are looking into how Kisumu will look in the next 10 or so years. But when you look at them in the eye and ask them, where are you going to get the money? they can't speak up to that.
Yeah, because that's where it seems you know, there's a sort of strain that we've got all these good plans which would give us the ideal. We would turn our Nairobi River into Thames.
Though I was in Kisumu over the weekend, so I drove through where they are doing this new port that the national government has really invested in, and you can see that when there is actual investment, if money is put into it, things are changing. So you can see the morphology of the place has changed, and it looks like something that can begin to fertilize and facilitate business. So I think the financing point of it is very important, and it's perhaps what we are not addressing as much, because citizens are demanding services, and the people who are supposed to provide those services or facilities just don't see where the budget is.
Because I think one of the things that we're hearing the government saying is that they may not say directly all the time, but there's a struggle with resources in terms of getting the money for many things, which is partly where we had this deadlock on the division of revenue, for instance. The president said, where's the money? Because we are not generating as much as would be desired by, say, the senators and the governors. So even as we come up with this, do we feel, I mean, where would this money come from, really? And we are seeing again, the private sector is struggling. We are seeing the NSC performance is not doing too well. I mean, it seems majority of businesses and in the economy are not doing as well as they would have wanted to. So even as we say, we're not only relying on government job, we are also, the private sector also has its part. Where will the money come from? Well, especially for things that you're saying will not provide return. The returns are not tomorrow. The returns are in, say, 15 years.
Let me put it this way. Investment is also a discipline. Getting money is also a disciplinary process. It is not just, you don't wake up one morning and say, if I get 100 million, I'll be able to use it properly. A lot of people receive a lot of money and they don't use it well. Contrary to what a lot of people think, Kenya generates a lot of resources, a lot of financial resources. But most of it is actually not put to proper use. If you look to go to the counties, granted a lot of work has been done, and I have gone around the country and I've actually seen a lot of change that has taken place because of the devolved process.
Yes.
Therefore, we are very proud, or every Kenyan is now really proud of that devolved process. But I can tell you, we could be doing much more. I went to one country a few months back, and I will not mention, and I passed through 2 counties before I got to that county, and I saw very nice markets that instead of people selling their wares all over the place, the government has put proper markets, and they don't look too expensive, but they are there, nicely done. There are toilets behind the markets, and you can actually see order. And I said, wow, it can be done. That is a Kenyan place. It's not in another country. So what we are saying, it's not just the money, but there something that requires to be done about our governance. A lot of resources are being wasted in this country, a lot of resources. If we were not wasting resources, we would not even be borrowing, by the way. We would actually be able to generate enough money, and our private sector would grow, because our private sector in Kenya is tied closely with public sector. Right now, I saw in one of the headline news that there would be relief for traders because some money has been is being made available by the central government to be paid to pay traders and contractors. Now, you can actually see this misery when traders are not paid by the public sector, by the county government, by the national government. So what we are saying here is that because they are tied together, they require to act together in a disciplined way to be able to make use of every sharing. There is a concept which government is very good at throwing around, but I don't know whether they apply it, called value for money. Now, there should be value for money. You should be able to see what you have done with the money you have. The kind of figures that are being thrown around here, if they are being utilized for the purposes that were made or allocated for, we would have a very different country. And we don't even require a lot of money. In fact, contrary to what some of the thinking, some of the countries would be way, way ahead with the same money that they have been given. But how much has been used for development? Some of the money that has been allocated, the 1.2 trillion, a lot of it has gone to paying salaries. So paying salaries for what? What do people do when they are paid salaries?
For work that is not yet done.
There is an economic term called allocative efficiency. That you can have this amount of money, but if you don't figure out properly how what you put where returns what, you can essentially be spending on things that don't bring back returns. Sometimes we suffer from that in our country, especially in our macroeconomic framework, so that you hear the budget is 3 trillion. It's a lot of money that if it was well spent and allocated, for example, our private sector would be thriving. But it's because we have taken a big chunk of it and have invested it in some piece of infrastructure that we have explained to ourselves and said it's important, which if you look at it carefully, perhaps it's not as important as it's portrayed, or the returns are not as
high as
what is being said. So we have taken a big chunk of our resources and put it into something, but it is not returning as much as we thought it would. So then the private sector is denied funding for doing the things we're talking about, because we have put money, say, in a particular piece of infrastructure, and that piece of infrastructure is not returning what we require. So that is what, when you ask that question about where is the money going to come from,
yes,
that it's not in government and it's not in the hands of private sector. So where is it? But our budget is 3 trillion. So I think the way we do our allocations of resources for mid-term planning and long-term planning need to have what we are talking about in mind. That we want to say, for example, Nairobi, we want to expand or improve public transport or mobility within Nairobi, and it's a plan for 20 years. It's not that there is this one government within 5 years that wants to do it, so that they'll just do a small bit of it and then we also continue with the other things we are doing. Then the next one comes in and pushes on with it, so that in let's say 30 years, like what Job was talking about London, they have done this over years. It's a century for them to get to where you can move around the place and you feel like it's a livable city. It's because there are things that have been done gradually, incrementally, as people allocate budgets for a long time.
Okay.
But we can't do that once, like we are saying we are going to allocate this number of billions and then we go on.
So Job, I just want to, in light of, I know you're quite well versed in regards to investment and the likes, we have a seeming disconnect. On one end we have, the reports of we have improved in ease of doing business. Our economy has been said to be very resilient and strong. We are seeing the huge budget with huge capital investments. But Mwananchi is still saying times are hard. So we seem like we've got two narratives of the very same economy. On one end, we're saying the economy is doing well, etc. Where is this disconnect?
That's an interesting question, because yes, there's a lot. Even the GDP growing at 6%, it's a decent growth. But where is that growth? Is it with the people, or is it at when you have huge disparities between the people who hold the resources and the actual Mwananchi out there, then obviously Wajiko would be complaining. They are genuinely saying they have no money. But there are some people with a lot of money. Actually, you don't have to go very far. I want you to visit our supermarkets, and you see some people have a lot of money. They will collect a cart load of things that are totally unnecessary, in my view.
Yeah.
Things that are imported, things that should be even produced here. They will pick dresses, they will pick what and what, and yet there's somebody who cannot afford one packet of unga. So there will be a lot of millions of people will not have, but the others who have access to a lot of financial resources, and they are wasting it. In fact, when I look at our trading or structures, you'll find that there's a lot of foreign goods. And this saddens me, because I know a lot of these foreign goods that are here actually loss of jobs for Mwangi or for Kenyans. Because what does that mean? These goods made in China or made in India or made in wherever, these goods are made in factories. These factories should be here, not there, to produce those goods. Because, and if they were there, somebody will be working there and earning a wage. Are you getting it? But now they are there waiting to buy imported stuff
and resell possibly.
It's annoying. How do you explain that in this day and age you see foreign eggs on our supermarkets? So things that we can easily produce here. How? It simply means that our system seems to be not working properly. I want you to go to China or even to India and go to their supermarkets and look at the goods on their shelves. They are 95% or more domestically made. Here it is the converse, the opposite of that. So that disconnect is likely to happen because we don't have enough industries. But I'm happy that at least from the policy perspective, we are now thinking about manufacturing, housing, the big four agenda. The whole purpose is to be able to start producing locally, have enough houses, and everyone to be made much more comfortable. Okay. But we require to go beyond just broad policy. We require to translate this into tangible plans that can be executed at the lowest level of our economy.
Okay, I just want to bring a different discussion, not discussion really, but a topic in the county of Migori, where Bernard Ojwang is standing by, and we're speaking about access to finances for various businesses. And there's something on this very same line that's happening in the county of Migori, where Bernard Ojwang is, and we have the county government that's handing checks to farmers groups. This is a matter of agribusiness. Ojwang, good morning, and what exactly is happening there, and what kind of figures are we looking at for these farmers in terms of the checks they're receiving?
Well, I thank you very much, Dan. Initially, you know very well, Migori County, especially in Nyatike area, has been facing the issue of food insecurity, whereby they had been relying on relief food, especially during droughts. And of course, this is one of the initiatives that the county government of Migori come up with, at least to Migori County has come up with to ensure that Migori County is food secure. What's happening here today? Over 135 groups of farmers will be given 22 million shillings, at least to ensure that they do farming such as poultry keeping. When we talk of poultry keeping, we are talking of indigenous chicken, and also apiculture. Talk of sweet potato. Remember, recently Migori County government launched that factory that will with an expectation of improving the livelihood of farmers participating in sweet potato farming. And currently, without wasting time, I'm going to speak to one of the farmers just to tell us how is this going to help them. Remember, according to Migori County government, they are saying that come 2021 they are expecting over 600 groups of farmers to register with them, so that they benefit from this fund. Join me here. Today you are here, and we are made to understand that you are going to get 22 million shillings, so and to enable you ensure that there's food security. Songa nyuma kidogo hapo. Aya.
Okay. Kwa kweli tunafurahia mradi huu kwa sababu tunaenda kufaidika kwa sababu ya faida ambayo tunaenda kupata. Kwa kweli tumekuwa tukipata hasara wakati tulikuwa tunauza viazi, lakini huu kwa sababu tumepata kiwanda ambacho sasa kitakuwa kinanunua hiyo viazi, wananchi sasa tunaenda kufaidika kwa sababu tutapata soko, pia tutafaidika kulingana na huu mradi. Kwa hivyo hata kulingana na bei ambayo sasa tunaenda inaenda kutumiwa kununua viazi, itakuwa sasa ni bei nzuri ambayo haitakuwa hasara.
Je, pengine hii leo mtaweza kupata hizo hela? Je, mmeweza kupata mafunzo jinsi mtakavyotumia hela hizi, jinsi mtakavyo shiriki kilimo bora?
Tumepata mafunzo na tutaendelea tena kupata mafunzo zaidi. Baada ya kupata hizi hela siku hii ya leo, kuna vile ambavyo pia tunaenda kufaidika kupitia mafundisho, mbali na yale ambayo tulikuwa tumefundishwa, itaturidisha na pia tutaweza kuendelea zaidi kuliko vile tulikuwa.
Well, thank you very much. I'll speak to another person here. Join me here. It is an initiative that you've started to ensure that there's food security in Migori County, Songapa. And could you just please tell us how much have you put in place to ensure that this project is a success come 2021? You've said that you are targeting to 600 farmers.
Thank you very much. NARIG is a World Bank funded project with county government and national government. So under NARIG we're expecting 350 million Kenya shillings. Part of this money will be used to strengthen producer groups. It will be given to farmers we call CIGs. And we have another component of multi-community projects. The other day when I met you, I told you that we are going to invest almost 100 million Kenya shillings in a Lower Kuja irrigation scheme, which was meant to do bulking site for one of our value chains, which is sweet potato. So for only this financial year, we are targeting around 350 million to be used by farmers. The way NARIG works, it works in 3 stages. The money is being controlled from the national government. It triggers into the county government, then it is taken to the farmers through the ward level. So by using NARIG, I'm seeing the farmers who cannot access credit facilities and they have problem with having I'll call it having capital, they'll get enough money to do their projects. Migori County is also known to be producing sweet potato. We have added advantage.
Well, I think I'll speak to the last part. John, you how many sub-counties are you targeting before you go to break?
We are targeting 6 sub-counties out of the 8 sub-counties and 20 wards.
Yeah.
Yes.
And by 2021,
the program is structured in such a way that the same sub-counties, we are talking about 6, are the same ones that will be implementing these projects for the next 5 years. Yeah. And remember, when we are talking about rural inclusivity, here we are targeting wards that are really deep in the rural areas, and we are targeting farmers who are doing farming in the rural setups. And as you've said, today is a very big function because we are now looking at a way through which we are going to facilitate our farmers through giving them funds and grants. And out of these grants, we are targeting 4 value chains. We are talking about poultry keeping, we are talking about sweet potato production. We are also doing beekeeping and also cow milk. Okay. So that's the areas that we are going to do.
Thank you very much. Dann, you just heard from Migori County government official and also farmers who are set to benefit from this fund. They are saying that this is going to improve the economy of this county and also to ensure that the Migori County is food secure. And as from here, viewers, we are just going to take you for a short break, and when we come back, we have a lot lined up for you. Back to you.
Akionga na mpango wa kando, sijui utoto inatokanga wapi. Alikuwa ametulia vizuri, simu inapigwa naitoa. Unasikia? Recho. Halo Recho, kata nikupigie.
Umeweka alarm ya saa 11 5 in the morning, unatoka job 5, unalala saa 5 usiku. Are we 5 in this relationship?
There is Sir Alex Ferguson, Sir Donjo, name any other sir that you know. Hiyo kusoma. Samosa.
To the sandy beaches of the Indian Ocean.
Kama unaniamini na kifunguo ya nyumba mpaka kifunguo ya bedroom yako kwa nini?
Unajua if my husband discovers you're the one who cleans my bedroom, atafurahia.
Hapa ni Nairobi my friend, ndio nitini ujinga ulikuwa unaniletea Kisii.
But my mommy says lying is not good.
Umeacha ule watu wako pale. Mimi ndo nanikujia peke yangu hapa. Wametumwa na makatelo wananifuata kila mahali. Unataka ninywe hizi dread juu ya heartbreak. Unazoana na wewe, si ndio? Hiyo ni rahisi kunijua, si ngumu. Just link on my bio.
Mimi nataka kutoshana na wewe. Bulldozer. Shifira, I am proportional. Your circumference. That's the difference.
Yeah, let's give it a try.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Tana River County Government under the leadership of His Excellency Major Retired Dr. Dado Gubana invites you to the first ever cultural extravaganza in Hola on 19th to 21st September under the theme Unity in Cultural Diversity, Uncovering the Treasures. It will focus on peace building, conservation, trade, tourism and culture. Welcome to Tana River
County ya Maliasili. Kosa ukose.
Welcome back to NTV today. Bernardo Juang took us to a break from the county of Migori, where there's an issuance of checks for some grants to agribusiness farmers and different things happening across the country. And what you can see on your screen is an event by the Central Organization of Trade Unions Kenya, that's KOTU, where President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to address the 42nd session of Watu General Council this morning. He was meant to be there earlier on according to the program, but he's yet to be there. And we know that there are also international labor leaders who are meant to be at the function, and there's a representation of about 60 countries represented according to KOTU, and that is an event we are going to be having live as we go along with this broadcast. Now, aside from that, we also have matters happening in court, different things happening in court. What you're seeing on your screen is the lawyers representing governors Ferdinand Waititu and Lenol Kulal, that is Kiambu and Samburu respectively, and the DPP's office as well. They're in court for the hearing of an appeal on them accessing their offices on account of criminal charges, because they were barred by the courts from accessing their offices when they are facing the criminal and the corruption charges in court. And Babayao himself is at the back, somewhere right at the back over the shoulder. You can see him there. He's in the courtroom following the proceedings, because this has also been the fodder for some battles between himself and his deputy, who says is now the acting governor, that is Nyoro, James Nyoro, who is the deputy governor of the county of Kiambu. And we've seen Governor Lenol Kulal also having different activities, acting as the governor, even as he's meant to be out of office on account of the corruption charges he's facing in court. There has been a debate that has been going on as to whether they should actually access the court, whether it's a matter of just the actual physical, not court, I beg your pardon, office, the physical office, or is it the functions of the office. So they're looking to see whether the court can then give some direction on the same, just to give some clarity on that. Now back to studio, and I have my guest still in studio. I have Ken Okwaro, who is the director of Africa Center for People, Institutions and Society. That he's an urban development expert. And I also have Job Kihomba, who is the executive director at the Standard Investment Bank, and is also the immediate former ISIFA chairman. And just for the benefit of those who may not know what ISIFA is, it is the Institute of Certified Investment and Financial Analysts. And this is ahead of a discussion that is talking about smart cities and just going smart and how we can adopt and inculcate technology into our development space. And something that, you know, we discussed before then, we touched on transport systems, we touched on garbage disposal at a point. We've spoken about the financing, because that is where, you know, where there's a significant concern on the same, and which ideally this is meant to help. When you go smart, it's meant to improve efficiency, do away with inefficiencies, and just to reduce resource consumption, wastage, and the overall costs of this. And we also touched on why you should care about, you know, you as the viewer, you as a Kenyan should care about smart cities. And now just looking at, we spoke about how devolution, you mentioned devolution has happened and the likes. We've got counties that are not as developed, not like the Nairobis, for instance. And so they seem to have a somewhat advantage, because they don't have to sort of undo an existing quote mess. What do they need to do to ensure that they can actually harness the potential that, you know, that is there in regards to smart cities?
The way I see it is that, as you have put it, they have an advantage. They have no legacy problems to deal with, but they also may have other challenges, and one of the other challenges is human capital, because in the past we saw a lot of people move, especially the educated classes of people, moving away from the rural areas into the center, into the cities, and especially Nairobi and Mombasa, which are the biggest, remain the biggest cities. That could also be a challenge. In the recent effort to create what you call the urban cities, you know, boards, there's some counties that can hardly get enough people from their own areas, or who are based in their own areas, because there was something, and maybe Ken would relate to this. There are some people, there are some places they want to create urban cities boards, but they have no professionals who are trained or who are capable of running the services in those areas, because all their people have come to the city, and it's a major challenge. So the way I look at it is that it must be done deliberately. There must be a plan, even to attract people from wherever they are, including people in the diaspora, because we have a lot of Kenyans in the diaspora who could come and help in the growth of these places. So what I'm saying here is that it has to be a very deliberate process. It cannot just come on its own. And you may find that you have the money coming from the central government allocated to a county, but the money remains unutilized because there's no capacity to utilize those resources. So in a way, both areas, the people who have a legacy of chaos, if I may call it, and those who have nothing, they are also all faced with similar challenges, especially the challenge of proper planning.
I look at it in a slightly different way. You know, even those new cities here we are talking about, if you went, you'll find that a lot of them, we are just throwing things everywhere. Even the new ones that you expect, they are not going to have the issues with dealing with legacy like you were talking about. The biggest problem we have with our urban development, urban planning, is enforcement and regulation. There are rules that say you can't do this kind of thing here, but someone knows someone somewhere in a particular office, and the next day you come and you'll see a very tall building somewhere and the rest of them are not tall. You can almost tell that something is wrong, but there is someone who is allowing that to go on. So whether they are green field developments or they are developments on what is existing, if we are not going to be a country that follows the rule of law, that implements policies and enforces them, we will continue to have a problem with the way our urban frameworks look. Because if it says that this is an area that is set aside for settlement, let's say for housing, for residentials, but someone has found a way of circumventing the process, and here there's some light industry around there. How it exists there, you fail to understand. So we have laws, we have very good policies. If they are not followed, if they are not enforced, implemented, we will continue talking about this. And that's what we began talking about, the issue about smart planning. I visited Abuja, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. The many times you go to that city, you see that the road transport looks like somebody sat down and actually planned it and implemented it, because the roads are very wide and there is still space to expand them. That is because Abuja was essentially a greenfield development, because it never was there. So government moved the capital there, and they thought constructively how they are going to line up or lay their road transport network. That is a benefit that towns and cities, the ones we are talking about, that were not as big as they were before the revolution, have an advantage over those who are going to have to pull some things down, tell some people that this cannot exist here. But if they don't see that as an advantage, someone will have some resources and build this tall building here, someone will bring something behind it, and they just keep getting stamps from the physical planning department at the county government or at the ministry. And if it is not stopped, there will be no difference. Again, in another 10 years, you'll find some small town that has become a nightmare. You can't drive in, you can't.
And what you speak about is something that I believe is a reality in Nairobi, for instance, where we have areas that were meant to be residential, but now you have industries there. Or some areas that were meant to just be industrial areas, largely, then we already have people living near there. You find some places where you have both, in terms of a building which has both a company and a residential building. Is there, first of all, is there any like provision for that, where we can have a company and a residential in the same building?
There is an urban planning concept called coexistence.
Yes.
When you are planning and you are allocating services, these things you're talking about are called services in urban planning parlance. There are things that can coexist. For example, you can have a hospital and a residential area. Sometimes even a light industry like a bakery can exist not very far from a residential area. But there are those that just cannot exist. And the concept of smart cities, for example, is promoting, say, urban living. At the, you see, Bunya, a Hill Selassie roundabout, when you drive up towards Upper Hill, there's a big, tall building that is being built there. I think they're saying it's going to be the tallest building in Africa. Yes. That, for example, can be a sterling example of how to do urban living, where there can be offices in that very tall building, but towards the end up, there are young people, millennials, who don't have a problem with, they don't want to live in their own compound and things like that. And they are creatives who can stay up there, you see. So they are avoiding transport because they're building where they're working, or it's not very far from there. So some of the issues around smart cities want to address things like that.
I just want to interrupt you for just a bit. I want us to cross over to Chiromo Mortuary, where we have Philip Murgor, who's speaking on in regards to the Cohen, the top Cohen post-mortem examination. Let's listen in to what he's saying.
That one. I can't look at all. That one only. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. Remember, yesterday there was a statement issued, and we did designate Mr. Ndegwa as our spokesman, but Dr. Ndegwa is our spokesman, but he's not here today. The proceedings have been held up a little because you recall yesterday we were to obtain an order from the High Court so that Sarah Wairimu Cohen could be brought to attend the postmortem. We were not successful yesterday evening, but the matter came up before Justice Mutuku, and I'm happy to report that an order has just been given that Sarah Wairimu Cohen has to be present at the postmortem, and so an order is being extracted which will be served on the prison authorities so that she can be brought and be present. So whatever the case, these proceedings will not start until she is brought from Langata Women's Prison. In addition to that, you are aware that there was some x-raying or CT scan to be done yesterday. It was done, and I can report that Dr. Gashie is coming up, is at Kenyatta National Hospital bringing those reports for his colleagues and for their consideration as a team of pathologists. So that really is where we are at this point. Thank you. Any questions?
So can you confirm that Dr. Johansson Oduor is around?
I have heard from my colleagues, the lawyers. Johansson is around? He's around. And Professor Rugena, she is also coming. And Professor Gashie is at Kenyatta getting the reports from yesterday.
Can we confirm that the post-mortem is going to take place today?
As of now, I'm very hopeful. Our colleagues, my colleagues, you see them there. They have left their very important work because they believe it will take place. So we are hopeful, and we would like it to take place.
So roughly, like how long can it take for you to serve the order? So that
No. The state was present. I believe Mr. Mutuku, Senior Director of Public Prosecutions, or is it Senior Deputy Director, was present. Inspector Otieno was in court. So it's not a question of service. It's a question of implementation.
Perfect.
Sawa. I think we are still on the same side.
Yeah. Unless you want anything new.
No.
Yes.
Those are the lawyers speaking in regards to the Tob Cohen post-mortem examination, which was set to happen yesterday but was then pushed to today because there was a concern about the government pathologist, and so it's meant to be Johansson Oduor himself doing it today, which according to Philip Murgor, he's inquired there when we're live on air and has been informed that the gentleman is there, and so they expect that the examination to happen today. He says the x-ray has been done, the results are going to be delivered to them in not too long. And aside from that, we see that Justice Stella Mutuku has ordered that Sarah Wairimo Cohen is present at the Chiromo mortuary for the post-mortem examination, but this is not to identify the body, but just for the for post-mortem examination. And we shall be following that up as it goes along, remembering that there is still a lot that the media has been urged not to report on in regards to this case, and we shall be seeing how to navigate that as well as we update you on the latest in regards to the gruesome murder of Tob Cohen, the Dutch billionaire. And I just want to bring our discussion to a close, gentlemen. I just want some closing remarks in regards to the whole dynamic about smart cities and what they hold in store for Kenya, and what your closing comments would be on this in regards to also the conference that you have. I'll begin with you, Job.
Thank you very much. As I said at the beginning, and I will want to reiterate, the concept of smart cities is at the core of our future development, because centers of or what you call cities or urban areas are the most ideal places actually to be able to start development. If you cannot be able to categorize development if people are scattered all over the place for obvious reasons. But in doing so, we require to think carefully, especially about the sustainability of these urban areas. There are a lot of issues to think through. Where will the people get their food from? Because one of the problems that we have seen in our cities today is that they are getting food, and especially food in hygienic condition is a very key issue. This is the challenges of cholera that we have had in our towns is related to the fact the handling of the food that is taken by the people in these urban areas coming from. There are issues of transportation. There are people who live within the cities and those who commute into and out of cities. And it's a huge group. If you look at Nairobi, millions of people come to Nairobi every day and leave at the end of the day. How do they commute? How do they come in and go out? There are issues to do with resource management, and resources cuts across the board. From, as I said at the beginning, even waste is a resource, and if it is seen not as a waste but as a raw material for production of useful goods and services, this can help a great deal. So may I allow me to close by saying that Kenyans must move over from their earlier thinking that a city just grows, because that's what we have seen. As a city doesn't just grow. If you expect a city to grow out of nothing, you'll get the chaos that we have seen in places like Ogatarogai, where you see a huge population and beautiful houses built, but you cannot drive your car to those beautiful houses because the road is 12 feet wide. So you can't. It just shows that a city must be planned, thought through from the beginning. Thank you.
No, for me, the reality is the future of human settlement is urban.
Okay.
And that is a fact. Let's come back here 30 years, you'll find a lot of us in most of our cities. So our policies, our plans, they need to recognize that that is where most of the people are going to be. And therefore that is where resources need to be. That is where a lot of policy need to be most effective, because otherwise most of the squalor and misery and problems will be in urban areas, and therefore it can create security issues, it can create instability. When people are hungry or when people are sick or can't move, it means you do not have a secure society. And therefore, for me, the issue about smart cities comes in at a very relevant time, when we have seen and recognized where populations are going, but when we have also recognized the things we need to do for them. And therefore, when they are in an urbanized framework, it's easier to provide services for them, like Job said. It's easier to provide facilities, amenities, when people are together rather than when it's spread out. And therefore, let's think about how the financing for our smart cities is going to go around, especially partnerships between government and private sector, what government can do to provide the resources or revenues, but the part that private sector can play in, enterprise, because cities grow when businesses grow, because they're the ones who give people employment, and therefore I can go pay for a hotel and I can pay for a residential area. So my big parting shot is, the future is in the city, and we've got to make them smart. We cannot run away from that. Otherwise, we are going to come to the point where we have problems in cities, and there will be bigger problems than we think right now.
Okay, and I think just before when we release you, I hear a very strong aspect of the very human, the soft side of this, because it easily can be just seen to be the brick and mortar, and the technology. There's actually a very strong, push in regards to the very human side. You talked about health, the food we eat, and I think that's maybe we can just quickly highlight on that in terms of how it's good to connect these things, because it can easily come across as we're talking about roads, buildings, how to put together our waste disposal systems. But what about you mentioned like about the food we eat and the likes, and our health? How exactly could I would like some bit more of emphasis on the same.
Thank you. It's an obvious thing that if you have not planned the markets, for example, where do people sell their products? When they come from the rural areas, they bring their bananas, their potatoes, they throw them in a dirty place, and these end up being bought by urban dwellers. Now, even markets, for example, require to be planned. They require to be thought through. How are they transported? I have seen people transporting chicken from the rural areas into city in very deplorable conditions. Not only for the chicken themselves, because they are carried in pikis in all sorts of places. Even meat, for example, that comes to the city, and this is why we cannot manage even to be sure that this meat is good meat.
Okay, and I think
you get that.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll have to stop there, gentlemen. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Ken Okwaro, who's the Director of Africa Center for People, Institutions and Societies. And we have John Kiumba, who's the Executive Director at the Standard Investment Bank, and he's also the immediate former ISIFA Chairman. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen, and for the insights you've given us. We come to a close of NTV today, but after this, we go to where the Kotu event is, where the President Uhuru Kenyatta has arrived, and where he is going to be at the Watu session. Have yourself a great mid-morning into afternoon.
May we be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem. National Anthem.